It's not quite 9 yet, but I do want to thank one taking on my parent. For something she did after hours. When I left the building, there was a lonely gentleman standing in the middle of the parking lot wearing a press badge. He said that he was doing he's doing the story for the GT about the library, but wanted to come to the public hearing, which he understood was at 6 o'clock. He couldn't get in the building. And I said, well, actually, we had that public hearing at 10 in the morning, and then the 9/11 services district was at 11 in the morning, and we had hearings. We did have a public hearing at 6, but it wasn't for the library, it was for the ongoing budget itself. And said we'd have another one today, and we'd have a final one on Friday. We said that everything was being recorded, that when he could find it online. About that time, Mariah was walking by in the parking lot, headed home to have a nice evening, 2 or 3 glasses of wine. Okay. And I stopped her and said, explained who this gentleman was, because he had handed me his business card. And I said, could you, send him a link tomorrow morning to the event, the recording from yesterday. And then Henderson was recorded. And of course, Mariah said yes. And then Tom Henderson spoke up and said, well, I'm actually on deadline. I have to get this done by the story done by last night. And when Mariah, without even a moment's hesitation, said, I'll be happy to go back and it's been these other things. I went home to first respective homes for dinner and Mariah work. That slogan I talked about at your service every day is so true. There's so many people, there's only Mariah, it extends to after. Yes. Call the meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. Any other announcement?
Yeah, a quick announcement. I heard earlier this morning, our Attorney General, National NPR, responding to the 3 judge panel saying across the board tariffs. The basis is bogus and are on hold, and then they went in. I believe this is one of the lawsuits against the Trump administration on the tariffs that is being led by Oregon and our shiny new Attorney General. So it was nice to hear his voice on national radio. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the Thursday, May 29th, first session of the Benton County Budget Committee meeting. Let's have their adoptions first.
Gabe Shepard, Commissioner.
Pat Malone, Commissioner.
Nancy Wise, Commissioner.
Curtis Wright, citizen member.
Cody Hull, citizen member.
Kaz Jones, citizen member.
Yes, Jones is here. Thank you.
Mariah De La Vega, BOC staff.
Eric Milo, Board Reporter.
Kelly Buckett, budget analyst.
Rick Craker, Assistant County Administrator.
Tracy Martineau, Human Resources Director.
Rachel McInerney, County Administrator.
Thank you. With that, we'll get started. Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Great to see all of you. And I guess in the spirit of announcements, I do want to congratulate the 3 commissioners and their leadership. Yesterday was I thought a big day in Salem, where we went through the recommendations of the SNMP. And so through your leadership and your funding to get that work going, we were able to hear what I thought was an incredibly great report that took a lot of different voices and people to come together. I'm sure Commissioner Malone could speak much more eloquently than I in terms of that work, but it just goes to show what you can do when regional folks come together. I know there's still a lot of work in front of us, but I did want to just recognize the three commissioners because it was your leadership that really put this in motion and the funding. And so just exciting to see that next step. So thank you. Real quickly, before we get started with the agenda, I wanted to identify there were 3 documents I sent out to you last night. And this was just really to be helpful for discussion today and going forward, but it was also to really address some questions, some inquiries that come up. And of course, we'll still obviously have more conversation, but just real quickly, provide you a little bit of information on internal fleet operations. There were some questions that came up yesterday, or excuse me, 2 days ago in regards to just cost and rates. And Devin, our fleet manager, will be here today, so he'll speak a little more to that. But wanted to provide that for you. Vacancy factors was another piece that we've talked a lot about. And so I wanted to give you, there's a lot of numbers there, a lot of analysis, and I can walk you through that, but wanted to give you a little bit of overview as we get into discussions on that. And then finally, we've talked a lot about the reductions. You hear them department by department, but I thought it'd be nice for you to see it all in one place. So that gives you information, everything that you're hearing here individually, but you can look all at one place. So again, happy to answer questions as we go further into this, but hopefully that can guide you. And as always, if there are other things, I'll try to pick up on everything and things that will help you in your deliberations and discussion. So if something comes up, please don't be afraid to say it. I'll do my best to produce that for you. So with that, we are starting as Chair Wright had mentioned, Thursday, May 29th for our day 2. We're going to start off our first session with primarily what I call internal service departments here. Public Works is one exception. They're kind of quasi in that they have 2 internal services areas of facilities and fleet, but they also have the Public Works, the balance of department to speak to. But I just want to raise this because these departments are a little different. They don't usually produce their own revenues. Basically, they are a service to the entire county. So you'll see obviously in all the presentations you've heard before about central cost administration, they pay from all of their various budgets for the services that are provided there. So you won't see a lot of interesting things from a revenue standpoint. And then in addition, particularly with finance, as we talk about them, there are a lot of what I call managed funds. So you're going to see, particularly when you get to finance, a bigger budget. And you're going to say, wow, what's that? But a lot of it is managed funds like the Employee Benefits Fund, the Treasury Fund that we manage on behalf of the entire county. So again, I just wanted to point some of those things out. We can talk more specifically about these departments will be a little bit different. So with that, if we can pull up the presentation for Human Resources Department. We have Tracy Martineau, our Human Resources Director here, and but I will kick off. And start out as always to give you a quick overview of the human resources budget. So as I can get my clicker to work here. This way. Should I just signal? You can just page for me if that's okay. All right, so we'll jump into the first page and just to do a quick overview of the Human Resources Department budget. This is a $5.2 million budget. It has a 24.6% increase to its current service level budget. Again, some of the factors, budget drivers is again, as you've seen pretty commonly in each of the various departments, is about a 28% increase in personal services, mostly driven from the higher costs and salaries, PERS, and health insurance. One note I do want to make here is you'll note a significant increase in materials and services. One of the things from the previous budget that we found out really quickly was we did not build in sufficient legal fees into this. And as you all know, we went through a negotiation, obviously this last time, and our legal fees were quite high in relation to that. But we also recognize that we didn't fully bake that in. So I do want to just point out that's the primary reason. I think you can also connect this a little bit to the Office of Legal Counsel discussion that was happened about their policy packages. There could be opportunities, as Vance pointed out, down the road to help mitigate some of those costs. Obviously, that takes some time. So I didn't want to just point that out as a larger number. One thing I also want to recognize for all internal service departments, they're not necessarily a direct, well, they aren't a direct general fund charge, but the charges and the payments that everybody makes, they do often come from the general fund, not completely, but a good portion of it does come from the general fund. So as such, they too are taking reductions just like every other department. It's not a one-for-one count, but certainly it does make a difference. So as we've gone through these reductions, describing them to you, you often see the impact of an internal service department reduction. You're able to see department by department what these reductions being done by the departments are meaning to those individual other departments. It's a department a long time. So specifically, what Tracy has done in terms of getting to this 8.9% is again, the 2-year freeze on ECI increases and reduction in retirement benefits. And I want to point out this because Tracy's reduction or human resources reduction is a little higher, but one of the factors to that is every one of their staff is management confidential. So when you apply those reductions in terms of the freezes, in terms of the retirement, it's a bigger hit on the human resources department. I say that for you, but also for Tracy, when she said, wow, that number's quite big. But again, that's a big factor in relation to that. She is also applying a vacancy factor of 4.9%. And then she'll talk a little bit more about this. There is a reduction or proposed reduction to the Gallup contract that mentioned that we have been using in terms of for employee engagement. And so she'll talk a little bit about some of the impacts related to that. And then, of course, internal service department reductions. So all in all, after applying those reductions, those adjustments to the budget, it brings the increase for human resources from the county adopted budget. It brings it down to 13.5% from 24.6%. Next slide. So again, I kind of already talked about this a little bit, but categorically, again, obviously human resources, the biggest piece of their budget is their people and the folks that work there. And there's 11 great employees there, 11 FTE. And I will say my experience working with a lot of different departments over the years, I mean, it's a pretty lean HR department, gets a lot done considering what they're able to accomplish. But 11 FTE, there was some adjustments that we were able to make last biennium to increase their capacity a little bit. But again, I think it's relatively lean department. I should note in terms of a shift, you are seeing a little bit of a shift in terms of contingency. You might wonder what that is. As I mentioned earlier, there are managed funds that HR has. One of those is in relation to our employee wellness program. And what we have seen, and I think a lot of the contingency in that particular fund started to grow, particularly around COVID. When there was less activity, less people. And so that was a balance that began to grow. And so what we did is we recognized we needed to utilize those resources down and be able to give departments a break in relation to the cost charges on that. So that's one thing that we have implemented for the current biennium is to reduce those charges, but Tracy will be using the dollars to kind of spend down in the employee wellness. Obviously, that will be a returning fee as we go into 27, 29. And then the last piece here, just a small, if you're wondering, there is a transfer component that is built into the new budget, and that is taking advantage of the fact that is a lot of staff time that is put into the employee benefits trust, the work for wellness program, for recognition program, but they don't pay anything for the actual staff. And so that is one of the adjustments that you see there in the budget. Next slide. So on to the funding, as I said, the majority of what you'll see very commonly with these internal service departments, you'll see the word management service fund. So this is the fund that collects all of the dollars that come in from other departments and IT, human resources, finance, they basically spend the dollars out of that that's allocated to them. So 92.1% of their funding is the management service fund, but then they also have the employee benefits trust, which is it's a very large trust fund that we have that holds all of our different types of benefit programs, the dollars that are collected on that. But Tracy and the Human Resources Department is responsible for employee wellness, employee recognition, employee assistance programs. So that's where those dollars are collected again through charges, payroll charges. Typically, they accumulate and the dollars are spent out of the employee trust. So that represents 7.7% of this budget that we're speaking to. And then she has a very small portion for a trust account that is relatively small. It's payments from other governments, specifically helping on the promotion of diversity. Next slide. And then finally, this is a breakdown again, and Tracy will jump into each of these areas. Obviously, the largest portion is the Human Resources Administration component, which is her staff. As recognized with the wellness program, you see the 37% reduction there. Again, I don't want you to be alarmed. What that really is again, a spend down of contingency back to local government spending. We have to budget everything, including contingency. So if contingency goes down, budget goes down. So that's the little element there. And then the small portion in terms of the employee partnership, I know that it shows a 35%, but it's a relatively small amount of dollars. So doesn't take much to actually change that specifically. So those are kind of the major takeaways on those components. And with that, I think I will turn it over to Tracy to begin her department overview.
Thank you, Brooke.
And this is working now, so I'll click.
Oh, thank you. All right, this slide represents the mission of the Human Resources Department, as well as some of the programs and functions that we oversee. I won't worry you by reading it bullet for bullet. You have that in front of you. Next slide. The organizational structure of the Human Resources Department consists of myself, the HR director. We also have an assistant HR director. I have an executive assistant as well. The executive assistant not only provides executive support, but also engages in small project management and facilitation for our department and with other departments and committees. We have a recruiting team of business specialists who coordinate and operationalize all of our recruitments across the county. And we also have a leaves and benefits analyst. The majority of the work performed by this analyst in the last couple of years has really been dedicated and focused on protected leaves. Every year, protected leaves gets more and more complicated. We saw in the last couple of years, Oregon added a family leave, paid family leave, which is in addition to all the generous leaves that public sector employers typically provide. But it makes the landscape just even more complicated and requires a lot more staff time to support processing those leaves. And then at the bottom of this org structure, you see our HR analysts. We have one of our HR analysts is focused on HR information systems, which are our modules under NeoGov for recruiting functions, for performance evaluations. We have a learning management system and catalog as well that this position supports. This position also supports and is a business partner to our sheriff's office. Our safety officer also falls under this group of jobs. He performs and oversees safety functions countywide. We're really proud of the work that he has done and what he has brought to our team. And then the other three HR analysts serve as business partners for their portfolios of departments across the organization. They provide support in employee relations matters, workplace investigations, employee concerns and issues, and things of that nature. And again, this is a little bit repetitive of the services and functions under HR. Don't think there's anything really different on this slide, so we can move on from that. We're really proud of our management of our benefits and wellness programs, and in particular our Ignite program. So I'll spend a little bit of time on this slide and the next, telling you a little bit about the work that we do here. You'll see on this slide that we are continuing we offer two health benefit plans. One is a traditional preferred provider plan or a PPO plan, which is a very traditional health insurance. The other is a consumer-driven high deductible plan, which really puts the employees and the members in the driver's seat for directing and purchasing their own health care. We've continued to see a shift from the preferred provider plan over to the high deductible plan. And at some point, this PPO plan may not be feasible to continue due to low enrollment. We continue to approach that. I expect that in the next biennium, you're going to hear even, or the Board of Commissioners will hear even more about the future of that PPO program. We've seen employer health plan cost increases continue to increase over the last few years. This most recent plan year that we've just experienced, the trend was around 10 to 11%. Our plan has increased approximately 13% for a medical plan. Our plan year starts in August, so we're just getting into our open enrollment period for all of our employees. A lot of these cost increases are driven by prescription drugs. One of the things we're pretty proud of is our health plan is moving to a new cooperative pharmacy program benefit manager. And they are estimating that the cost savings for this next plan year could be anywhere from 300 to 500,000, which in a small budget like ours is a huge chunk of change. And while this doesn't directly affect our budget, it has an impact on the organization. And we're really looking forward to seeing that unfold. This change will not have any significant impact on our employees. It'll be accomplished through group purchasing power arrangements. That's how this works. This, but very simple economies of scale. This is a group of employers that have come together under this organization to cooperatively purchase pharmacy drugs. This year, we have started a new partnership with an entity called Wellness Works. They are hosting our activity platform, which tracks activities for our wellness program. We are continuing to work on correlating our wellness activities to our claims experience. As a self-funded health insurer, we're able to see, what the disease prevalence and health condition prevalence is among our employees and our population group, and then connect our wellness activities to try to impact and influence those health issues that are being experienced by our employees. So examples of that would be we have many claims that are high in areas like depression, anxiety disorders, obesity, diabetes, things like that. And there's clinical evidence and research to show that physical activity can improve people with those health conditions. So our wellness activities will promote and incent those activities for employees. Joe Missler is the senior analyst who oversees our benefits and wellness programming, along with Levi Bowers in our department. And together they have increased participation in this wellness program year over year after COVID, where we had pretty much hit a wall because of the inability to engage in activities. This last year, we've had more than 110 employees log into the platform. and more than 1,000 employee interactive visits to the sites. And I don't know how much you know about wellness program data, but that's really industry leading numbers there for participation. So we're pretty proud of that. This slide's an illustration of the pillars for our wellness programming. As you can see, it's not just about physical health or even just about physical and emotional health. It includes the dimensions of financial, occupational, and community wellness. And our program addresses all of those pillars of wellness. This year marks the return of our Know Your Numbers campaign for Benton County. And this is a campaign that we put on for a biometrics clinic. We encourage employees to participate in the biometrics clinic. It's not important for us to know your numbers. It's important for you to know your numbers so that you have the information you need to address any issues or continue to manage your own health and well-being. Our employee assistance program is operated by a firm called Canopy. They handle many employers throughout the Oregon and Pacific Northwest area. They provide a very high level of service. In addition to one-on-one employee counseling or counseling for families, they also offer post-crisis debriefs. They offer wellness-related training. They provided training such as vicarious trauma, self-care, reasonable suspicion training for our managers, and things of that nature. We had a significant upturn this year in our employee participation in the employee assistance program. This last plan year saw 98 individual contacts with Canopy for support in either, again, counseling or financial. It could have been financial counseling, legal counseling, things like that. I think the last year we had 22 individual visits. So that's a significant increase, which I see as a very positive thing. That means our employees are connecting to the help and the support that they need. HR also helps steward and facilitate the county's Rewards and Recognition Committee. This is a committee that is staffed by employees for employees. Maintaining the current budget funding for this committee will mean that we will be limited to the Benton breakfast only, excuse me, this year and in the next year, the biennium. So that's a disappointment. I would hope that there's something that we can work out to be able to provide more recognition for our employees, perhaps from a different source and not from this committee. But I think the recognition of our employees is so important. One of our goals in the next biennium is to review something called position specifications for our classifications. And this is basically how we describe the buckets that we put our jobs into. That's kind of an oversimplification of what classification is. But by providing some additional clarity there, it helps with transparency for our employees and for our managers. One of our other goals is a carryover from the last biennium. We have the ability within our current systems to use a module that allows for individual development plans for employees. This is something that would be implemented during the annual performance evaluation process. It's a more planful way to identify where an employee may have gaps or where their aspirations might lie for either enrichment in their current job or preparing them for their next step. But the individual development plan or IDP would provide a roadmap for how to fill those gaps or systematically provide training for an employee's professional development.
And I'll just jump in really quick here for the next couple slides. First, just to give you a quick overview, as we have with all departments, the proposed budget adjustment or reduction for the Human Resources Department is $462,000, slightly over. You can see again the four areas that I had mentioned before of how the dollar amounts that they constitute. And again, I'll point out the elimination of the management ECI and reduced retirement benefits a little higher in the case of Human Resources, since all 11 of the staff are management confidential. So all of them are impacted in relation to this. I won't get into the impacts as much because I think Tracy's going to cover a little bit more of those when she closes out with her challenges, opportunities. But again, for your benefit, you will see the various impacts for each of those areas. Lastly, very easy slide to provide. Human Resources Department did not ask for any policy option packages for 25-27. So basically just requesting a current service level budget. Obviously with the 8.9% reduction applied that I have spoken to the department's current service level, that brings their proposed budget slightly over 13.5% higher than what the current adopted budget is. So that's sort of the final numbers as it relates to proposed budget. And I will shift it back to her for future challenges and opportunities to wrap up.
Thank you. I just want to underscore that impacts to the HR budget don't just impact the HR team or the HR functions, they impact the service that we provide to the organization, as well as some of the benefits to the organization and its managers. So as you look at this slide, I'm sure you may notice that it's not really a surprise that some of our challenges are also our opportunities. Inflation and housing shortages. This is a huge problem for all area employers. And again, I don't think this is any surprise to any of you to hear this appear or see this appear on our slide. Our ability to attract and retain talent, again, a concern that we share with many other employers. We are concerned about reductions in compensation, such as the no ECI and the reduction in the deferred contribution for management and confidential positions may impact our ability to attract and retain where we're competing with other employers. I also expect that in the next couple of years, this is going to be significant, as if we just simply look around the county and see the place where many of our leaders are at in their career. And by that, I mean they've got retirement on the horizon, that we would expect to see some turnover in that regard. And that we should develop a strategic plan on how we are going to fill these positions, especially given some of the challenges that we're going to be facing. I would just add in here that one of our selling points in recruiting has been, especially for managers and leaders, has been our investment in the Gallup Q12 survey and the Gallup Access platform and all of the tools that that provides. And over, we have heard from leaders that we've been able to recruit that they were very struck by our investment in employee engagement. And again, I'll go into that a little bit more in a minute. For the last biennium, the commissioners had a compensation philosophy of leading the market. We conducted a market survey and implemented accordingly. Reductions in compensation again for unrepresented positions. There's a concern about whether we may lose any ground on that philosophy, and we just don't know. It'll be something for us to pay attention to in the biennium. Maintaining pay equity. This is dictated by Oregon law, and it definitely impacts our hiring managers' flexibility for being able to provide job offers to attract top candidates, and that's always going to be a challenge. Contract negotiations for ONA, we are starting those here in the next couple of weeks. We've already had a pre-negotiation meeting with ONA. I apologize, Oregon Nurses Association. And our Benton County Deputy Sheriff's Association will be open for bargaining in 2027. And again, the challenges and the opportunities that presents are remain to be seen. The decision to terminate the Gallup Q12 employee engagement survey, it was a really difficult decision. It was really basically their personnel or Gallup. That's what it came down to. Gallup has had a big organizational impact. I believe this is going to result in a loss of momentum for employee engagement. There seems to be a correlation between departments with low engagement scores and the level of their employee relations activity. We will, by retaining personnel, we will do the best we can to continue to support departments with other types of employee engagement activities. The resources that came with the Gallup Access program really provided meaningful tools and resources for our managers that help them to use those tools for collaboration with their employees to achieve their departmental goals and their team goals. Opportunities, again, the contract negotiations will also provide opportunities. Continuing our supervisor training programs, including continued development and utilization of NeoGov Learn, which is our learning management system. We'll continue to implement the huge catalog of available resources in addition to creating additional on-demand learning to be able to insert into the system. One of the most recent examples of where we have done this, I believe, has been the Civic Plus program for creating and implementing board agenda checklists. And that was probably our latest learning course that we have uploaded into the catalog. But it's nice for managers or anyone who's responsible for submitting an agenda checklist to be able to go into our learning management system and step by step see how to do that and carry that out. Again, the implementation of individual development program plans, individual development plans. The focus will be for managers to plan that professional development in alignment with performance improvement or enrichment activities. And then continue to develop and create strategies to attract and retain talent. We'll continue to work on improving our organizational culture and supporting managers who are also engaged in that work and improving the employee work experience. And we will continue to promote that in our recruiting activities as well. We're very proud of our Benton County culture.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. Questions? No?
Sure.
Commissioner Maloney?
Couple. Tracy, thank you for going over the Gallup program. I know that's because of COVID on and off in the last 6 years, and some point in the future add that back, and we have a lot of data. Looking backwards, and that may not be necessary to do that every year or two, but I think that fits in the general theme with employee engagement, employee recognition. And I really appreciate your goals, the theme of supporting our employees and making sure that they have the tools needed to be successful, and their gaps and their abilities to be able to address those in a timely manner. Back on the org chart, I don't think you mentioned the safety officer that has migrated from public works, kind of with a specific department, and now in a more general position. And you talk a little bit about how that's working out, or how safety officer. It's in each with various departments.
With pleasure. Ray with Taquabity is our safety officer, and he came to us with a great deal of experience. He is certified in many OSHA required trainings, and he has been able to offer that training to departments who previously had to pay for that training themselves. So there's numerous examples of that in Public Works. At least believe he's also helped the sheriff's office with some of their certifications that are required. I've received tremendous feedback for Ray's support during the fair. His knowledge and experience was, I believe, really invaluable to them in getting set up, and I believe will be again this year. He came to us from Lane County, where he had been for, I want to say, 6 or 7 years, and been very involved in the Lane County operations. And so he knew how county government works. He kind of knows what levers to pull to make things happen, and has been extremely effective. He's delivered ALICE training, which is sort of an active shooter or workplace violence type of training for our employees. He's very much in demand. I mean, I hear from departments all the time who are requesting specialized training that he can provide. Yeah, I'm just really happy with his work and the reception that he's had from our departments and employees.
Great, thank you.
Anything else? Commissioner Wise?
Yeah, I will say that I really appreciate your goal number 2, especially because of providing opportunities for our employees to grow is really important. And then I also appreciate the fact that we are keeping that $30,000+ for the employee well-being, and it's also really important for culture and just for employee happiness. We got to take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Harris, do you have anything?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think in transition here, Adam Lawrence will be joining us, our Chief Information Officer and Department Head for IT. I think he's here. Yep, he's there. Presentation. So as Adam gets settled, I'll go ahead and just jump in with the overview of the budget as it comes up. And just for reference, we are going to start on page 20 of your packet. So again, information.
Mind pointing a little closer? Sorry.
Closer?
Yeah, I had a hard time hearing a couple of things you were saying.
Okay, I'll do my best to keep my mouth right next to it. Is that works out good?
My ears are even worse than Gabe's.
Okay, is this good? Okay, I will do my best, but feel free to flag and say, Rick, speak up. So again, information technology, this is our second internal service department. I won't repeat everything I said before, but everything's similar. Adam also has some managed funds that he will speak to specifically related to equipment replacement, which is always a constant that he has to keep an eye on. But again, so for the information technology department, this is a $14.3 million total budget. It's an increase of 19.3% in total, the current service level. Again, driver wise, it's a little bit higher than what you've seen in terms of increase in personal services. And one of the reasons for that, some of this committee may have remembered the last time you approved a position, I'm going to call it the webmaster. I don't know if that is the official title, but that was approved for the Board of Commissioners office. And so with transition of the county administrator, I think the decision was made where it was better placed within the IT department. So there's a transition. So the current budget didn't reflect that. It reflected in the Board of Commissioners budget, and now it reflects in IT. So I just wanted to provide a little cover for Adam in relation to what may seem to be a little bit higher than what you have seen on some of the average personal service increases. Adam too has, just like Tracy, as well as the finance and facilities and fleet, is taking proposed adjustment or reduction to the current service level. His total amount is 4.9, which again consists of the freezes that we've already spoke about in relation to management. He also will be applying a vacancy factor very similar to Tracy's of 4.5%. I can let Adam talk a little bit more specific to this, but one of the things I want to recognize him in is you have to remember he manages a lot of contracts, a lot of agreements, a lot of different IT stuff. And he does an incredible job of always trying to find a deal and being able to renegotiate and in a way that we can continue to have the support we need. But hopefully in this case where I have to come and say, we're trying to save money, he's done a great job of really doing a lot of moving things around so that it has minimal impact. I'm not gonna say it doesn't have any impact, but it certainly has minimal impact. So a lot of appreciation for the work that he did in taking some cost-cutting measures on that. And then, of course, he has savings as well for internal service department reductions. He does have 2 policy packages that we will talk about. They're relatively minimal and basically in the area of reclassification of the existing position to identify the workload that is needed, particularly around security and around management capacity. But again, we'll speak more about that when we get to the policy packages. So overall, the net effect of the budget adjustments, again, is about a 4.6 decrease to the current service level, and that brings his total increase a decrease to the current service level. I apologize. It brings his proposed budget down to a 13.7 increase as opposed to the 19.3 that initially started. Categorically, again, a little bit of variety here. Always as a financial person, you love that variety of different types of categories. Adam manages a whole lot of different areas. You can see here his personal services is about half of his budget. So this, if you're comparing as you go through these different types of departments, you notice his is a little bit lower because once again, he manages a lot of contracts. He also has replacement contingencies that play into this as well. So he's keeping and managing for the entire county a variety of funds that help us replace our computers, replace our cell phones, and all those fun things. In total, he has 21 FTE, and that's the same as he's operating again. Again, I'll remind you, if you go back in history, it was 20, but we did bring in the webmaster position. There is a contingency increase here. Again, this fund budgeting aspect of 62.5%. What that is again, he collects money in terms of replacement equipment, and sometimes there's more expenditures than others. Some of that could be waiting for 2 years from now. And so it kind of fluctuates up and down. And again, Adam can talk a little bit more about replacement schedules, how all that stuff works. But that's, again, I wanted to explain why that's the reason. It's basically technology devices that would be future buying replacements. There is a decrease in capital outlay, and that's mainly just from realigning. Again, I hate to keep giving Adam kudos, but he does a fantastic job of being very practical in his budgeting and making sure he's staying in alignment with trends, looks at things very closely, and that's mostly just an element of realignment that we've had in relation to his budget. So revenue sources, again, this similar to what you saw with human resources, the biggest portion, 95.5% of this is management service funds. So once again, money is paid for from our central cost allocation, but he also has replacement reserves that go into the management service fund. So that's where all of those resources are kept, is there. He does have a small portion of general fund here that is 4.5% for the geographical information system position that we have. And I want to take just a quick pause on this because I think it's important to recognize this as a little bit of shift. 2 years ago, you would have seen this as a general fund, but it would have been dedicated. The dollars that we have collected or that we have seen specifically in relation to payments from external entities, cost rising. on one hand, but those dollars are either stable at best in terms of keeping up with that. And so this budget, we are having to shift. And so when we start talking about the general fund challenges, I don't want to say this is, but this is a contributor, obviously, because for the first time, we are having to actually pay a discretionary general fund from this. So I just wanted to point that out. That's a little bit different. It's not a huge amount of money, but it is something I know Adam's been watching carefully, and we will certainly be talking about ways in which we can keep that as a sustaining activity as opposed to one that we have to borrow in terms of the general fund. Functionally, again, the four basic areas, the operations and innovation is essentially his staff, our equipment replacement, communication systems management, again, our dollars that is used in terms of replacing and updating various equipment. And then of course the GIS component. You can see that is down. And I do want to recognize that even though there is a general fund discretionary alliance, we have also taken steps to try to mitigate as much cost as we can so that it had as little hit as possible. So again, compliments to Adam with that. So with that, Mr. Chairman Committee, I will turn it over to Adam to start in on the department.
All right, good morning, Mr. Chairman of the Committee and the rest of the committee and the commissioners. My name is Adam Lortz, Director of IT. So thank you for taking your time out today to listen to us. In IT, we like to tell people that if it blinks or makes noises, beeps, it's likely that they need to call us for help, right? Oh, sure. A little better. How's this? A little better? So yeah, all technology across the county is supported by our centralized IT department that works different in other organizations, but here at Benton County, we have 21 employees that support all technology across the entire county and all departments. So one of the drivers since I've taken over as director of the department is to sort of shift us from just being in maintenance mode and making sure the lights are on to trying to innovate how the county uses technology. And so what we'll go over here in a little bit under the org chart is we break ourselves between an innovations team and an operations side of the department. So that we can focus on pushing those two fronts at the same time.
You're falling asleep.
Already?
Sorry about that.
Jeez. So yeah, here's a bulletized list of all the services we provide. I won't bore you by reading through all of it, but we do have a lot of responsibilities. We help departments not just with literally their devices, but all of their concerns about technology. We support over 300 different applications and systems across all 14 other departments. Some of those are very detailed, very heavy. We have application specialists that are honed into some of these technologies very specifically because they're very broad and detailed. And then we do things like help people with moving into new spaces and designing the technology for our new courthouse and our new crisis center. So we are kind of all over the place, but really enjoy the work we do and love being able to have our team centralized so that we can adapt our resources and use them where we are needed rather than having resources dedicated to specific departments. So here's an org chart. It may be a bit of an eye chart, but just to break it down, I'm the director at the top and I lead directly the operations side of our department. My deputy director, John Larson, leads the innovations team. And to kind of make that make a little bit more sense, the innovations team is really focused on driving technology out through the rest of the organization. So they do traditional things like databases and reporting and business analysis, but they're also looking at all those projects through the lens of how do we innovate? How do we make things more cost efficient? How do we streamline workflows? So the operations side is more focused, especially nowadays, on information security, which has been a big shift probably within the past 6 years or so. A major responsibility of our department is now really focusing on cybersecurity and takes up a lot of our time. So that said, on the operations side, we have a systems team, a network team, and then of course, everybody's aware of a service desk or a call center that we host in IT. We've got a fantastic team. Two of the highlighted positions there are highlighted because they are new, or I should say they're a part of the reclassifications that you're going to hear about later in my presentation. And one of those is our service desk supervisor, Linda McGurl, who's fantastic. She leads the 5 gentlemen in our service desk to provide frontline support. I also kind of love to brag about them a little bit because they're not like calling into a call center like you would for Microsoft. These gentlemen are trained to be more like junior systems administrators. So they have a lot of experience. They come in, they have to understand all 300 of these systems that people call in about. They also provide a lot of frontline support for our more higher level positions. And you know, it's not a job that you can just come in off the street or right out of college and do. It takes a lot of experience. So I'm really proud of that team. So we talked a little bit about operations and innovation, and this is the bulk of our budget, where our labor costs come out of, where a lot of our costs around software licensing, backup and archive. So this is a bulk of our budget. Overall, costs have increased in technology. So just ordering equipment, paying for licensing, which nowadays even comes down to a monthly cost. All of that we've seen trend up for years. Generally speaking, we would try and build in a 10% increase over 2 years just to keep pace. With the tariff drama, and thank you for the update, Commissioner Malone. It's kind of hard to speculate on what costs are going to do over the next 2 years. So we tried to keep that in mind and build in, especially for equipment orders and licensing costs, that they may increase more than we would typically anticipate. But what I could tell you is that there's no slowing down in terms of technology costs. As Rick mentioned, we did also move our web content specialist from the Board of Commissioners office into IT. That move has been really great. So they're able to work really closely with the resources that they need in IT. Our web presence project has been a major effort in IT over the past few years. We've really tried to redefine how we represent ourselves on the web and how people access services through our website. We're continuing to do that. So over the next 2 years, this position is really key, especially being embedded within IT. They work really closely with the Board of Commissioners still. They work really closely with the Office of the PIO to make sure that our branding and our communication is all streamlined. But just having it embedded has been really important. Over the next 2 years, we have some major goals to improving services on the web, and they're going to be key to those efforts. As I mentioned earlier, there are 2 reclassifications. One of those being the service desk supervisor, the other being one of our network administrators. We have 2 of those positions, and the reclassification of one of them brought them both to the same level. Equipment replacement. So Rick mentioned this. Equipment replacement is probably the second largest portion of our budget. As I mentioned, if it has lights or makes funny noises, we probably support it. So everything in this room, all our computers, all the county infrastructure, which includes wide area network across the city and county, we do all of that. And so the way that we've been really lucky over the years to build out a program to collect funds and in advance for replacement of this hardware to make sure it's fresh and updated, that we avoid pitfalls of having old equipment that might be suspect or might have new security issues. So we have what I would call not an aggressive schedule, but a really great replacement schedule. For example, our computers are on a 4-year replacement schedule. Our infrastructure items are between a 6 or an 8-year replacement schedule. But all those allow us to stay ahead of emerging threats. They allow us to plan out all of our work so we use our resources more efficiently. So for example, we plan our replacements for a calendar year at the beginning of the year. That allows us to build in all of that time to roll out new computers, roll out new devices, and weave that time within our other project work. So it's been really nice to have equipment replacement schedules. When we came to looking at how we can improve or cut costs in our budget, we considered extending replacement schedules for computers. Chose not to. There's many reasons for that. The main reason is we tried this a few years ago and it didn't go well. What we ended up with is sort of a wave of replacements because of hardware failures and because the equipment couldn't keep up with new demands. That caused us about 1.5 years of backlog of work to catch up again. And so our decision this time to not impact computers and desktops was a lot based on that experience. So what we've chosen to do instead is extend the replacement interval for systems that have a longer life. So our infrastructure equipment, for example, we had several access points, which are Wi-Fi devices, and some of our network gear that would typically have an 8-year replacement schedule. We've extended that to 10 this biennium to sort of push out and save some money that was due to be replaced in the next 2 years. This equipment has sort of a less of a risk in terms of replacing late. Typically, they don't have as many updates. They generally aren't turned off and on very frequently. People are handling them and walking into different offices. So we felt like it was less of a risk to push that schedule out and save some money. And hopefully in future biennia, recover that initial replacement schedule for those devices, but it is a small risk. Just one other point. A lot of the devices that we're ordering nowadays, the cost of those devices stays flat. But we do anticipate with however the tariff situation rolls out that within the next 6 to 8 months, we'll see some big increases there. We do our equipment orders on a biannual basis every 6 months. The last one was in December, so we kind of missed any increases we may have seen that we'll see in July. So we're looking to that tentatively to see kind of how much of an impact it's going to have. But another pressure we're seeing is because of the new software we need to run on these devices to support technologies like multi-factor authentication. A lot of the device encryption that we're running now to make sure our devices are safe requires the devices be more powerful. So it's likely that those two factors, increased cost and equipment because of tariffs, and the fact that we need more power devices will increase our costs slightly. So communication systems management, I mentioned this earlier. This is a little bit more directly related to supporting infrastructure for the county. A few of the things to note, we run all of our wireless service charges through this, including replacing mobile devices for our staff. The last biennium, we saw a major increase in uptake and use of devices. Part of that was because of multi-factor authentication, which generally is used with a mobile device. So we anticipate that this coming biennium, that trajectory is going to flatten out, that we'll see less uptake in new devices and new lines than we did in 23-25. Data circuits and internet service costs we anticipate to rise because of the main reason because of 2 construction projects, so the crisis center coming online and the courthouse site being ready for its use. Both of those are going to require new services, and internet service costs itself are marginally increasing. We've been able to offset some of those costs by terminating some legacy systems and moving those over to leveraging modern internet services. So for example, we increased the speed of our main connection to the internet, and we discontinued some old plain old telephone system lines and moved that traffic over to our primary internet service, and that saved us some money. Saved us quite a bit of money actually over the next 2 years. Geographic information systems, as Rick mentioned, has seen some big changes over the past few years. If you look at an 11-year trend, we saw a massive increase in funding into the GIS budget through document recordings, which is how it's primarily funded, also through grant opportunities. But what we were seeing were peak levels, something we hadn't seen ever really. And so now we're seeing a fall off from that. We're seeing a 65% drop in the fees collected into that fund based on recordings, based on the average, and only 45% of the peak that we saw, I think, in 2021, 22. So a major fall off in funding into that budget. And at the same time, we're seeing the kinds of increases that we are across the board in staff and software and new technologies. And so, as Rick mentioned, the use of general funding is now required to sort of backstop that fund. One thing to point out is we are the only county in the state that was able to run a GIS program strictly off of recording fees for as long as we did. Every other county in the state uses some kind of general funding to backstop their program. And a part of that is because they are a lot more aggressive on what they use their geographic information systems for, which is what we hope to do. But the other is that their programs were just started that way. They started with general funding being, and then adding fees to their budget. We kind of took the opposite strategy. So one thing I do want to talk a little bit about is the importance of the GIS data. So GIS and its coordinator has been embedded in IT for decades. However, we have skills for GIS sort of across the whole county. So departments have embedded within their teams people that work with GIS data. The program coordinator pulls that team together and they make decisions about how we're going to use that data. Over the last couple of years, it's been really apparent that while we undertake new projects to innovate the way we use data at the county, for example, data analytics, we're trying to set up a data lake, which I can go into more detail, but you'd probably fall asleep. We really need to restructure and curate the data that the county owns as a foundation. And one of the major elements for making that data foundational is using GIS data as sort of a cornerstone for how you relate that data to other services in the county. So we need to place importance on GIS data by making sure it's well funded, using the GIS coordinator to strengthen the support and the skills that we have embedded in other departments, and then move forward with our other initiatives around innovation that use GIS data as a foundation. For example, we have a major project to look at how we can improve the permitting process and the experience of the general public when they come to the county looking for a permit. In order to really streamline that process, the foundation is GIS data, right? It's their address, it's information about their residents. All of that can be sort of cornerstone around GIS is the main element. And permitting processes is one example. Pretty much every new project that we're looking at, we're looking through the lens of how do we look at this from what data is important and what needs to be the foundation. And every time we're uncovering the fact that GIS data is the most important. One last point on this, I did meet with our county clerk and records and elections director, James Morales. So he's obviously the person responsible for coordinating what document fees we record, and that in turn gets passed into the GIS budget. And we're looking at adding fees to some other document types that they record in his department, and that will offset the losses that we've seen in recording fees by about $32,000 as an estimate over the next biennium. That's just a small dent on what we're seeing in terms of shortfall in that budget, but it is one small change that we can make to have an impact. All right, moving to our goals. So I related to you the importance of our web project. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the new version of our website. This first goal is to reset and rebuild the technology that website is built on. So we moved to a WordPress system. See, it's been January 2024 was the release of the new website. And the goal here is to move to a multi-site version of the exact same platform so that we can enable customer relations model features, start to do things like electronic forms, allow people to pay for different county services online, have a persistent account, so they log into the county website, they have their own citizen account, they can track, different permits they may have in process, different transactions they've had over the years, like you would expect in a modern commerce website, right? So this goal is to provide the foundation for all those changes and have the payment processing functions working by the end of the calendar year. Our second goal is around mobile device management. So as I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of mobile devices, our wireless services. I think we've got something like 350 to 400 mobile devices that we support between smartphones and tablets. One of the things that we realized in terms of improving our stewardship around those devices is we do a lot of replacements. So included in our contract with our providers, we have pretty aggressive replacement schedules, so they'll provide us free devices every 2 years. So, similar with computers, we want to stay ahead of making sure people have fresh devices that work, that are not a security issue. But what we found is oftentimes employees leave, they kind of turn their phones into managers, they end up in a desk drawer somewhere, and we're losing control of those assets. Also, the process for deploying a device can be very cumbersome because order has to be placed with the provider ships IT the device, IT sets up the device, they set up an appointment with the employee. So we're trying to shorten up all of this, save costs, direct ship devices to employees so they can just turn them on and start using them, and also come up with a strategy to manage all those devices that ends up in a drawer and make sure that they don't end up in a landfill by people just chucking. Last goal is around inclusive training and service access. So I really wanted to write a goal that had a focus on equity. And one of the areas that we see in IT is a struggle for across the organization is a lot of folks come to us with technology skills that don't necessarily match what we're supporting, the technology that we're supporting in IT. So like I said, we for several years have had a focus on innovation. So some of the things that we rolled out, including Microsoft Teams, Microsoft 365, and coming very soon, Microsoft Copilot, which is a AI large language model. All of these kinds of tools are sort of modern, cutting edge. We don't always get employees that have experience with these tools, and they're hugely powerful, especially for a business setting. All of these tools can be very powerful. So the focus of this goal is to reset and provide training to lift up those folks that have lower end technology skills and provide an equitable workplace.
Okay,
It's your turn.
back to Rich. Is that perfect?
Yeah, I think, is this working okay? Can you hear me all right? I'll go with this one. It was a little louder. There's that better? So just real quickly, again, I'll summarize the impacts in relation to information technology, similar again to what you heard from Human Resources. You have the elimination of management ECI. They are applying a vacancy factor of 4.5%. Adam has made some decisions around temporary staffing and interns that he, again, is able to reduce, again, I want to echo what he said about his great service desk team. I think they do an outstanding job, but I know there are times where there's workload issues and he has to rely on temps and interns for special projects, things like that. So certainly we want to be mindful of that. And then once again, he went through a pretty comprehensive process to really look at the contract services. So that's about the 220. So all in all, just slightly under $700,000 that Adam was able to trim from the information technology budget. And again, I'll kind of lean on him on any impacts he wants to share in regards to those impacts. So in terms of policy packages, once again, as Adam alluded to, he has two that were approved, two policy packages that were submitted for $35,432. There was a slight adjustment, but both of those were approved by the county administrator, or recommended, I should say, by the county administrator. When you put that together with the budget adjustments that I mentioned, it's about a $661,000 decrease. So all in all, about a 4.6% decrease from the current service level, which puts him at the 13.7 above the proposed budget. So each of his policy packages, again, as he's already alluded to, there's a network administrator reclass, which is permanently moving one of his IT1 positions to IT2. So that's a $17,000 increase. And again, will really help him in terms of one, recognizing what's already being done. This is a position that's already been approved by the Human Resources Department as doing work out of class, as we say, and will certainly help him in terms of managing his existing workload and the customer services that are necessary. And then, and I went backwards, I apologize. I talked about this one first, so I'll go to the first one, which is the service desk supervisor position that was actually reclassed as well. And again, when you look at 21 staff, and he was obviously doing this with the deputy position and himself. I think, certainly other departments his size are usually about 3 manager from a management to staff ratio. So this really helps position them well to have the management capacity that they need. And Linda, who serves in this particular position over the 5 service desk people. So again, I think it puts his organization chart, particularly with the addition of the webmaster position as well, and some of those responsibilities, puts him in a good place going forward. So with that, I will turn it back to him for the future challenges and opportunities.
All right, so there's a wall of text in front of you. But I've talked about some of this already. One thing I do want to highlight, though, is I mentioned it earlier, our big shift to having to manage cybersecurity in our department. Political issues, global climate has really changed, what we have to look out for in terms of protecting ourselves. Government organizations are more of a target now than they ever have been. We've seen several government organizations throughout Oregon be a target of these kinds of attacks, and unfortunately fall prey to them. So for us, our past several years has really focused on how we provide cutting edge cybersecurity skills and services to protect ourselves in these situations. We've also had to develop new policies, new procedures to make sure that we can be covered by cybersecurity insurance through CIS. But one of the more recent developments in this that's a little concerning is we had been relying on services from the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, is a arm of Homeland Security in the federal government. And they had been hosting a monitoring system for us called Albert, which essentially looks out for suspicious activity, reports that back to the federal government, and they work with us if they see something that we need help with. So it was a free service, great asset actually in helping just make sure as a secondary check that everything was on the up and up. It was also used during our election infrastructure audits as a way for them to validate that our elections infrastructure was secure. We were notified a couple of months ago that that program was no longer active. And so they'll be taking our Albert sensor back. I don't want anybody to panic because the last several years, the focus that we've put behind training up our staff, securing contracts to make sure that we have other people working on ensuring from the outside in that our networks are secure. We have a lot of good processes in place to make sure that we're still going to be protected, but we're going to be losing that sort of secondary safety net that we had from the federal government. So it's unfortunate, but I wanted to make sure everybody's aware. So challenges moving forward, that's one. In this climate of having to focus more and more on that, losing the federal government as a partner is unfortunate, but I think we're well positioned. This coming biennium, we're working with our assessment and tax departments to replace their tax and assessment system. So it's a very heavy lift. You're going to hear about it from the assessment department, but it will take well over 2 years to lift and replace the system. Our in the IT side, and from our perspective, this is there are probably 5 of us involved in the project. So a lot of time, a lot of attention to making sure that that's successful. We also have obviously the major construction projects happening with our crisis centers standing up in July, a new courthouse hopefully in 2026. Both of those are heavy lifts for our department, not just designing and setting up and the utilities and getting everything up and running, but then obviously moving employees in, making sure their technology works in their new environment. It's a lot of work. So for opportunities though, as I mentioned in one of our goals around training, we have several newly licensed softwares that are very powerful that we can work and focus on making sure that all departments are leveraging them to improve their business processes. So that's going to be one of our major opportunities in the coming biennium, is look to see how we can really drive people into using those technologies to solve problems. We've spent probably the better part of the last 2 years focusing on Teams, but we'll be able to layer in Copilot and AI as part of that as well. The last quarter of the year has been a big focus in IT on how we can leverage AI. It's obviously a new frontier in technology. Everybody's curious about it. So we've done a big deep dive into how we can support AI technologies within the county. We have a new policy coming out very soon that guides our adoption and our use of AI technologies by our employees. As well, we've joined a GovAI Coalition, which is a free membership by the county to join other counties and cities across the country, and how we develop things like the policies, how we adopt new technologies, how we vet new programs or new vendor solutions. And what we're trying to do is work together to pool all of those resources, work on things like pre-vetted lists of services, learn from each other on who's implemented what. So it's a great, so far it's been a really great resource. We've already seen several of our departments that show interest in AI technologies. So we're putting some of those practices into place already, and how we vet AI technologies, how we're going to communicate to the public what we're using for AI technologies. So that's also a great opportunity, but also has its own challenges in how we adopt that over the next few years. That's all I've got for you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Commissioner Shepard?
All right, thanks. I have a couple clarifying questions and then beyond that. So I'm gonna try and be as fast as I can. Number one, on slide number 35, if we can go back for a moment. It says increase of 2 FTE. That's just the reclass, right? Now that we're not actually increasing by 2 FTE.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Shepard, yes, that is correct. It is just 2 reclassifications. I think Adam had said earlier, and it kind of feels like 2 new positions, but they're basically a reclassification of existing position.
Okay, just wanted to clarify with the slide. And the second, I wanted to clarify, we talked about you talked about your contingency being higher, and essentially, I just want to clarify for myself, that's because of just fluctuating market costs and the fact that you do a lot of a lot of purchases, and who knows where those go, so you have a higher contingency, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So the way that we build our contingencies is flat over year by year. But the amount that we consume that contingency is not flat. So it's based on, so for example, one year we may have 350 replacements. So that's a very large year in terms of replacements. And another year it may only be 150. So it's lumpy depending on when the devices were initially rolled out.
Great. On slide 29, where you talk about communication system management and you talk about the new crisis center in the courthouse. Where is the technology for that budgeted? Is it it's here and in this fund? Okay, and for the crisis center, was that in the 23 to 25 budget, or is it going to be in the 25 to 27 budget?
So it's a great question. So a lot of the CapEx costs for standing up those buildings were built into the project funds,
Okay,
but there will be annual or monthly costs involved in maintaining those services. So as soon as the buildings open up and we start using that connectivity, there will be monthly costs, and those are in this budget.
okay, so the actual wires and all that stuff, that's in the project budget, not yours. Okay.
Yeah.
The last question I have, you talked about cybersecurity. Do we have, without getting into like too many details for a public meeting, but like we have backup. What is our like backup plan? Because if we are hacked, and if God forbid that happens, and our data is locked, how often do we back up? Like what's our plan, and where is that? Because I'm like, that's an important investment for us to make in this day and age, as counties across the state, like you were saying, get hacked and get shut out for months.
Absolutely. That's a great question. So we have a multi-tiered strategy for how we back up our data. And I hate to use this, but the answer to the question is sort of, it depends. It depends on the data. We use different strategies depending on whether or not it's sensitive data, whether or not there's statutes or requirements for how long we retain the data. And we have different strategies to choose whether or not data can be stored at a low cost, or it should be highly available, and we have to spend the most amount of resources to make sure that data is readily available. So the short answer, I guess, is for all of our critical data is stored outside of Oregon, so in a data center that's co-located East Coast and Midwest. So we pay for a service to ship that data over there and store it in remote locations. If we had a situation where data was locked out for a ransomware attack, or we had a major event here that took down our data center, that data is safe and available for us to restore. It just kind of depends on the scenario, how long it would take to get it restored.
Okay, and so it sounds like all that's most of our storage is offsite, not cloud-based, and not on site on one of our properties. Is that correct?
It's kind of a mix. So
Okay.
some of the backup services we use are cloud-based, even though it's a physical data center, it's a cloud service.
Okay.
And so it might be hosted by Amazon data centers, for example. But our primary storage is in our local data centers in the law enforcement building and the Sunset building. And that's just for availability of the data at a high speed. So, but if we did need to restore it, everything's kept in those remote data centers and sort of long-term storage. Needs to be rehydrated, as we like to say, if we're going to reuse it. But it is available, and we do that on a weekly and monthly basis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Malone.
Yeah, I have not heard rehydrated as an IT. Thank you for that. I appreciate the information on the equipment replacement and we had a conversation before the meeting about the possibility of stretching things out slightly. Reduce cost. As a tree farmer, I have used the just one more year out of this piece of equipment, and you'd be amazed how many years just do that. And the public works guy actually appreciate that one and I think that, and I appreciate and differentiating equipment that's stable in the closet there and but that was a way to save some funds. I guess this goes along with that. I know 3 years ago and supply chains and good orders. It would come someday, you just didn't know when. Are things, is there much of a lag between when you put in an order and when we can expect to receive equipment?
So right now, our recent orders, no, there hasn't been any. It's been sort of restored to normal. We expect equipment when we order it, like in large batches, for example, to come within a couple of weeks. Anything that's in small batches, we expect within a few days. We have seen, in terms of prices, we've seen some things go up in prices, and I think what that's doing is making equipment more available in warehouses because people are unable or unwilling to pay those prices, right? So I think anytime we are placing some kind of order right now, we're getting almost immediate turnaround and quick delivery.
Great, and I appreciate the update on federal support being withdrawn. I would assume the federal government has the information, but they've chosen not to share. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so the way I learned about it was through our direct contacts with those organizations that manage things. So we have monthly meetings. We have quarterly audits, those kinds of things. They've reached out through email to let us know that those services wouldn't be extended.
And I guess last, I appreciate you and your team keeping up with projects we've been throwing all at you. Seems like you've been up to the task of keeping up and keeping us moving. So appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, a couple clarifying questions. So when we were talking about the new FTEs, the 2 increase, so that does not include the FTE that we gave. Okay.
So basically Adam has 21 FTE in his current budget and that he will maintain that into the next budget. 2 of those FTE of those 21 will be reclassified per this budget.
So I'm just confused. Maybe it's just my brain this morning, but the $35,072 recommended budget increase was 2 FTE increase.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that it does say increase to FTE. What it probably should say is reclassification of 2 existing FTE.
And so it is true though that is it a full FTE for that webmaster position?
Okay, so for the webmaster position, yes. So again, going backwards 2 years ago, there were 20 FTE that was in Adam's budget and 1 added to the Board of Commissioners. And then we gave Adam that position this binding. So that's where he got to the 21 that is today.
Okay, so 2 FTE reclassified, 1 added because there you go, you're welcome.
Yeah.
And then again, clarifying, you said so this federal business, you said it's called Albert, is that?
Yeah, Albert is the name of the sensor that the government provided us, yeah.
Okay, and then did you say that, so we are keeping the sensor or we have to give it back? Like, do they still have access to track the information? They're just not sharing it, or they're not gonna lose the ability as well?
So yeah, what they shared with us is they would be taking back the equipment. We don't have a schedule for that yet. I don't know the status of whether or not they're still monitoring like if they cut that part off immediately, or if they're gonna stop monitoring when the equipment is taken back. I'm not sure.
Okay, but their plan for now sounds like they will be taking it back, which makes me think they won't be able to track it on their
Correct.
side. And that's gonna be nationwide.
As
Sounds
far
like
as I'm aware, yes,
the skeptic in me is very worried about that, but
I agree.
thank you. And thank you for your leadership and thank you for always acknowledging your team and their hard work.
Thank you.
Other question, Mr. Malone?
Yeah, save this for later, but, this is mostly for Rick, but I appreciate trying to, be as accurate as possible where the cost should be, where the person should be. You just mentioned the webmaster that started out in word commissioner's office and I think appropriately moved to IT and really appreciate those kind of modest size adjustments to increase accuracy where people and costs should be placed.
Thank you. The other questions?
I just want to make a quick comment. I just wanted to make a quick comment that we had a really lovely message left on LinkedIn from our former webmaster about public service and working with specifically the IT team and the BOC team and how rewarding that experience was. The individual did get a higher offer in the private sector, but really it changed his whole point of view of what it's like to work in local government and how important it is and how important the work is. And secondly, I did want to also point out that Adam also is our lead on rural broadband, which is really part of our priorities with economic development. And it's not just an internal services department, that he is actually out in the community working with us. So I just wanted to also note that as many of the functions of what IT provides.
Okay.
I have a quick question or comment for Rick and for everybody. The police presentation or the sheriff's presentation on Tuesday made me think about or it mentioned federal grants. And if in any of the departments there are federal grants that we're relying on to fund anything, any positions or anything, I'm hoping that is being highlighted for us all. Just don't want that to be slipped through the cracks. I think that in this day and age, if we're relying on federal grants to fund FTEs in the long term, that we should consider that to be a problem.
Yeah, and committee member Jones, thank you for bringing that up, and you're absolutely right. I mean, obviously, we're all learning day by day what new information and trying to get our best assessment of what the impacts are. But I can assure you, the big group is coming this afternoon with the health department and the community health centers, who are our two biggest federal grant recipients. So you'll probably hear a lot from April and Lacey in regards to that.
Thank you very much.
Anything else, Pat? No? Okay. Okay, then, Adam, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
It's 10:36, so we're running about 36 minutes ahead, so.
Yeah.
At the same time, does anybody need a break? Yes. Okay. 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Be back shortly.
You totally got this.
You know where it comes from.
Okay, on with the show.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So moving on to the Financial Services Department. Let's start off by saying, commissioners know, but this is our first of two departments that is currently without a permanent director position. Typically our chief financial officer, which is I guess why you have to endure me during this budget hearing. Typically there would be chief financial officer, but we are also in recruitment right now for that position, and hopefully by sometime near the mid to end summer, we'll have a new chief financial officer. So going to kind of double, triple team this a little bit here today. I'm going to probably take the good majority of this presentation. Debbie Sessions, who would normally be here right sitting next to me, but she is not feeling well and her voice is going out a little bit, but she is going to jump in a little bit on the overview. So she is online. And then of course, Rachel is welcome to jump in because like I said, we've kind of triple teamed this department over the last several months. And I do want to just start off, and I know I said at the beginning, but I can't say enough about this department. Obviously, it's where I come from in terms of, so I'm a little biased, but I certainly just can't say enough about the people and the folks that have come together to really bring this budget to where it's at. Hasn't been easy, but certainly just a lot of appreciation for everybody and what they do. So I'll start off by saying you're going to see this is not this is about the same size as the information technology department, but you're going to see a really big number here. It's a big budget because we do have a lot of managed funds. So this will be a little bit different type of a presentation than what I've had before because I kind of wanted to break it out a little bit. So first and foremost, it is a $50.7 million budget, current service level, which represents about a 3.5% cut, or excuse me, a 3.5% increase. So 16.5% of this budget is actually the department. So the actual operations of it. So when you, to kind of give you that perspective, the remaining 83.5% of it is again going to be managed funds. And we'll talk specifically about those, one of the biggest being the Employee Benefits Management Fund. The Financial Services Department is basically the steward of these resources and make sure that they're looking over it, accounting for it, and doing all of the things that you would expect from an internal control standpoint. So I'm going to first talk a little bit just from an operations standpoint. So some of these numbers may not line exactly with your table, but the current service level for the operations has increased by 29%. And again, like everyone else, this is mostly driven by the rising cost of salaries. There is a proposed budget cut to bring to help again address some of the general fund constraints. We are looking at the freezes that everyone else is. And this one is, again, when you look at maybe a little bit higher increase, Financial Services Department is another one that has management confidential employees. So all the analysts that you hear us talking about, the folks that are behind us, they are management confidential because they deal with a lot of sensitive information. So bigger impact in relation to those freezes. We are implementing a vacancy factor for the Financial Services Department, and then there is a 1 FTE shift. And I think I know for Commissioner Wise and Malone, they're familiar with this position as our grant manager position that we've had in place. It is a shifting to federal dollars, and again. That's, those dollars are limited. So that is an issue that we'll have to address going forward. But there are the remaining dollars, at least to 12/31/26, that we have shifted that position to be able to save on a general fund going forward. So all in all, after application of those particular budget adjustments, it brings the total increased budget for the operations component of financials down to 18.7. So now I'm going to shift just to here a little bit, a little different than the rest. These are the managed funds. So this is the 83.5. So in addition to the increase that I had talked about in relation to operations, there is also a total increase of the managed, you put everything else together, it brings it to about a 2.2% increase. So you see a lot of various areas on just a little bit of orientation. These are, we have our health insurance claims administration, our dental insurance claims administration. I'll talk a little bit more about this as we go along, but we are self-insured here in Benton County. So basically these expenses that you're seeing here, these are claims paid out. And I'll talk a little bit more about that, and Debbie will certainly weigh in as she looks over and manages that. So that's that big piece that you see there at 16.63%, 16.63 million adopted and the proposed. So that's the largest portion of the budget. All in all, we are anticipating health insurance claims for the budgeting purposes to grow by 7.9% and dental insurance claims to grow about 18.4%. So if you might reflect back to what Tracy said earlier about the 13% increase, I will say this is something we're going to have to watch closely, because from a budget standpoint, it might suggest that we perhaps are a little low in relation to that. And I think that's something we're going to watch very closely, but that's why we have a contingency. That's why we make sure in this particular account, we have been very good stewards of the money to grow that reserve, because there are going to be times when you're in self-insurance, your claims may go up and down. And this may be one of those times. I'm not saying it will be, but it is something we're watching closely. The 23.6% increase in debt service, that's a bit of an anomaly. I think I might have mentioned this maybe in my budget message for debt service. In our, we had a 1-year reprieve from debt service for our PERS bonds. That was built in part of the structure. Now it's back. So that's simply the request there. That's offset by a contingency reduction, because while we had that reprieve, our dollars were still coming in, so it built up a little bit, so it balances itself out a little. We also have a reduction in our other internal funds liabilities mitigation due to some liquidation of some old workers' compensation account. So again, not to get too detailed, but we used to do workers' comps on an individual year-by-year basis, where it was a deposit worth of funds, and then we manage those funds over the year. We have since changed that to be more of a premium through safe approach. So again, pros and cons on that, but essentially what this is the closeout of all those old accounts. And now we're more in a traditional type of insurance workers' compensation situation. And then there's an increase in transfers, and I should note this. As one part of our budget strategy is there, as I mentioned, there is some one-time funds. And so those workers' comp funds are now available dollars that can be shifted back to the general fund. So that's part of it. In addition, I mentioned our health reserve accounts. We've been very prudent and done quite well. And we've done very well on our claims as also. So there's enough surplus that we can use that to help mitigate some of those healthcare costs that we're experiencing and be able to be part of the general fund strategy. So that's some pieces that I just want to point out for everyone. In terms of expenses, and this is just to provide you a little bit of an overview of just sort of how things have shifted within each of the categories. Again, the proposed FTE for the financial services department is 20.80 FTE. The 0.8 is our mail person. It's part-time, just in case you're wondering why you have a 0.8. Materials and services change was relatively low, mostly just driven by standard inflation. As I mentioned, there has been an increase in the transfers in relation to the use of some of those reserve dollars to help mitigate some of our general fund challenges. And then again, I had already mentioned the bonds previously. So revenue sources, again, a little bit more diversity here in relation to the financial service department. Again, there's a big portion of it. There's our management service fund. That is where we house the dollars specifically for the operations component. But we also have a treasury management fund. This is all of our treasury activities. So all of the banking fees that we have to pay, but more importantly, the interest that we earn it, and then we distribute it out to all the different funds. We have a big employee benefit trust fund. You can see as I highlighted. So in total, internal service funds is about 76%. So that's that big blue portion you see there. We do have a small portion that is general fund. This is all discretionary money. This is for a property tax collection component. So again, similar to assessment that you heard, we're paid for by the property taxes in relation to the collection process. We also manage the debt service. You can see that's about the orange piece there. So that's the second biggest part of our budget that we manage. We have, again, actually, I'm not going to get into this because I'll get to that when I hit the slides. So in the spirit of time, I'll save that until I get to that piece. And then we have a small portion in terms of trust fund. And this is mostly, it's money held in trust. So if there are foreclosures of property that occur, which is very unoften for us, but it is money that is accumulated that we have to hold in a holding and trust account to be redistributed to tax districts periodically. We probably do to be able to actually conduct one of those in this next biennium. I think we're roughly close to about $500,000 in there. So again, just in the spirit of time, I won't go through, all of the specific details on this. I just, I might point out where you see, it's always where you see big changes, the debt service management, the minus 14%, we explain that. And it's a little bit of a weirdness in terms of how all that works, but essentially it's a burn down of the contingency. So you had a large amount of contingency that built up in 23-25. The debt service, while it has come back, that contingency is now being burned down because we are holding off on collecting money to pay our debt service. So it's a little bit of a wacky thing, but if you want to get a little more detailed into that, we will when we get to the debt service page. But all in all, we have about a $10 million worth of debt service. The other piece that is a little bit larger is our budget and finance services. And a lot of that is an element of some of the consolidation that was done where we fully have seen some movement and we are officially at that place of full consolidation where at one point many of these staff were decentralized. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to give Debbie an opportunity if she can keep her voice for a little bit, because I thought it'd be great for her to do the department overview. And then I'll save her voice and kind of move into a little bit more of the specifics.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I just want to let you know the voice piece is actually breathing because I have a bit of pneumonia. So we're, I'm conserving air. Let's just say that. I just want to thank you all for everything you're doing. I know this budget season is one of the most challenging, at least since I've been here. So the work you're doing is incredibly important. I also want to acknowledge the two folks that are sitting at that table in front of you, Rick and Rachel. When our CFO transitioned out in February, these two stepped in without obvious hesitation. Rick has done nothing less than a miraculous job pulling this budget together in such a short period of time. And Rachel has maintained our operations and staffing seamlessly. So I appreciate them and everything that they have done to support our department so much. As you read through our, can we go to the next slide?
Oh, geez, I am so sorry, Debbie.
Oh, that's okay. So as you read through this, there's a lot of words there, but I guess I want to just say from a plain language standpoint, what we do is to support all of the county's departments in whatever way they need so that they can do the amazing work for our county residents. And this spans from transactional support, so paying the bills and recording the revenue, all the way to strategic thought partnering with our analysts and who work with the department's leadership to work on budget strategies, budget development, budget execution, position costing. So we really try to be the full service support that they need. You can see on the right-hand side of that slide all of the things that our department does. But again, it really comes down to we're here to support the work of the other departments. Like Rick alluded to, when he came stepped in to be our CFO in 2021, he took on the restructure of finance where we had about 10, I know County Council showed a slide where we were at about 8 FTE and now we're at about 20. And that comes from this consolidation. There were staff sprinkled out into the departments. And so in order to provide a better organized, centralized set of services, we pulled everybody in together, and it has been a work in progress, but I think it's been quite a success. So with that, I will let Rick walk through the full structure with you and go into the rest.
Thank you, Debbie. And again, just a lot of gratitude to Debbie and her. She's been here for over 10 years, and she's been sort of the rock, the stone that has seen so much, and the historian. So just much appreciation for all the work that she does for the Financial Services Department. So I'll start just real quickly to kind of pick up on a little bit of what Debbie said. The first thing I want to just point your eyes to is this little brown area that's on the right. These little, this is not part of the 20 FTE, 20.8 FTE. They are, it's an interesting relationship in that they are part of essentially the Community Health Center and the Health Department. They're kind of our health business officer. And back in the consolidation, one of the things that was really happening with the county is that there was a very divide between the community health centers and the rest of the county. And what we really tried to do was bring that under the spirit of one chief financial officer. I think at the time we had 2 chief financial officers for the county, or that was in the county. And so this has been a gradual transition over time where we have brought this in. I think it's likely that we will see that we're going to be moving this. We've learned a lot. We're going to be moving this back in because we have really developed the capacity in terms of health where we didn't have it before, and we can support that with analysts and don't maybe necessarily need that traditional health finance officer or maybe CFO. So the big piece of that area is billing and coding. And I will tell you right now, you can put that, I mean, it sounds like you can put that in financial services, but it is a specialized area when it comes to medical. And it really does belong, I think, mostly managed, but you have to have financial oversight. You have to make sure you have someone looking over. And I think we now are in that position to be able to make that transition, but we'll talk more about that in the health center. The rest of the area represents that 20.8 FTE that we had talked about in the green and the yellow. And in no way am I giving any homage to the ducks here. But you know, hey, it just happened to be the best color to use, right? So, but this again just gives a illustration of there's so much that came into this structure. I mean, procurement was all over the place. You heard Vance talk about how procurement is a team with legal now. They work very closely in concert. Really, it was all of that yellow area you see that was financial services in the past. The green area to the left is the newer, which was really spread out and sprinkled, as Debbie said, throughout the rest. So I think, you know, this is a department that again, I'm biased. I take great pride in, and I think, you know, the structure is good. Right now, we're a little short of staff, but certainly I think we're going to rebuild that, and I'm excited about where the future will go with this. So just to jump in a little bit on financial operations, this is the component, is that yellow area again. Debbie, pretty much as the deputy, is the oversight for this particular area. This includes all of the property tax collections that we do. It includes paying the bills, collecting the revenues. The payroll, very, very key piece to what we do, the procurement area. So on the right gives you an idea of what all these folks do. I mean, there's $40,000 property tax billings that we do each and every year. We process annually 370 different contracts and agreements. Again, we work a lot with Vance, clearly, but that is a big piece. 22,000 annual invoices is what we process on an annual basis. So we do that with our two payable folks who do a great job. I have to recognize Mincy, our mailing person, 115,000 pieces of mail. She's, at a 0.8 FTE. So she is our resident mail person. I think everybody knows Mincy real well. We do all the billing, 4,000 different receivable invoices, process checks, 2,300 personnel actions, 17,700 payroll checks. So again, you get an idea. I always call it the machine. This is the machine of accounting. It's basically the one that does all those support things that nobody ever thinks quite a lot about, but it takes a village to be able to get all that done. Budget and finance, that's the green area that I was talking about. This is the newer. This is the area that it's grown, it's evolved, it's changed. It's short right now in terms of some staffing, but we have about 2 positions that we are in the process of recruiting for right now. But they're a small but mighty group. These positions all reported. Well, they did report to me, but they will report to the CFO. At least that's the way it's designed. I am a big believer that makes sense. I think with the CFO position, it always starts with budget. It starts at the top. You gotta have a lot of command on that, and I think those positions really do need to have that connection. They are also, as I mentioned, management unrepresented positions, so they act very autonomously. Again, but they are the ones that are primarily, responsible for what we're doing here today in terms of putting a budget together. We have a biennial budget process, so this is every 2 years, but I can tell you, this process typically starts in the fall, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of time and effort. Our systems are okay in terms of what we use, and I've learned probably more than I ever wanted to know in the last 2 months about the level of manual work that has to be done. And so I think there's plenty of opportunity for improvement around automation. They're responsible for the county insurances. So that's another piece that I failed to recognize, but Randy Hamlet, who I believe is on as well, she handles all of our different insurances in terms of renegotiating. We have to do that each and every year. We work with the insurance broker. We work with CIS in terms of our primary insurance companies, but that's something we do to help mitigate our risk. Debt management, I already talked about. We don't have tons of debt, but we do have debt. We have to make sure the debt payments are made, and if there is any issuance, which we did a couple of years ago, we have to be prepared to be able to facilitate that. And then, the other piece is something that, and Jeremy is in the back, and he was brought on as our grant manager. And this is an area that we're still, I think, again, growing and evolving and trying to figure out how best to do it. I think as we move forward, we're seeing this as more of incorporated with our analyst approach, as opposed to just one person. But I think it's safe to say, and I think Chaz brought it up earlier, we got to stay on top of these grants, particularly federal monies, and managing those, because if those begin to pivot and change, we need to be able to understand what those impacts are going to be. So that's a really key element. So all in all, this is 6.5 FTE, about a $2.2 million budget, current service level. Insurance management, I mentioned just a moment ago. So again, I think this is an area we've seen insurance grow. And I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, this is not just a Benton County thing. This is insurance is expensive. It's grown. We've seen premiums grow about 99.7% since 2019. So that's not unusual. I think that's being experienced. I think one may think, well, we have lots of claims. Is there something that's pushing that up? But I think based on our performance and what we've seen is that we have done much to minimize, particularly with the work of safety and being able to minimize any of our risk and keep our premiums as low as we can. Adam was here, the work that he did with MFA had really helped. We were looking at some pretty extensive insurance increases for cybersecurity insurance, but because of the work he did with MFA, we were able to keep those premiums down. But again, they have gone up. Obviously we have property insurance and auto insurance. And I did make notes here that, again, we manage the insurance piece that's related to the tort, the cybersecurity, and then our risk management consulting. But our auto insurances, property insurance, while we sort of manage and facilitate all that, that all gets charged to the internal service funds that you'll be hearing here shortly with fleet and property, and that's where those are handled. But all in all, about a $1.8 million biennial budget. And again, if you're doing the math, you're saying, hey, Rick, this doesn't add up very well. You're seeing that, okay, that looks like a $1.2 million. Again, I'll remind you, 2 of those aren't actually charged here. So if you are doing the math and looking and checking over, I think we're pretty close in terms of being on point for the budget. But it's an area we have to watch and try to keep premiums down. Debt service management, I've mentioned this a little bit already. So all in all, this is a $10.3 million budget. Again, this gets confusing, so I don't want to make it worse, but I mentioned and previously there was a slide that showed that it was decreasing, but you've also heard me say it's increasing. So again, back to the wonders of local, of government funding, is that in 2023-25, we had collected a lot of contingency because we weren't making a payment. We were still collecting dollars through our payroll deduct. That's how we were mostly getting our PERS. It was coming in, but we weren't paying it out. So it was growing. It was a bigger budget because contingency was included. Now you fast forward, now that payment is coming back. We're using the contingency funds that we had collected to pay that debt now that's going down, as opposed to collecting more money and saving some of the dollars to other departments. I know it's a little confusing, and Debbie and I even went back and forth on several times how to make this easy. But bottom line is about $10.3 million of biennial debt. I've laid out for you, we have essentially 3 primary areas of payment that we have in relation to facilities. Obviously, the big one you all know is constructions and district attorney's office that we issued bonds back in 2023 of approximately $36 million. So that is our biggest debt that we have. We had debt from 2018 when we issued for the Avery upgrade, as well as the health center. And then for this building that we're sitting in right now, as well as the Lincoln School Center, we issued some debt in 2020. So those are our 3 primaries. The rest of it is PERS bonds. We do have those expiring beginning in 2028. And we talked about that in the budget message because those are key for keeping our rates down. So those go away, and the earnings and savings and the benefits we got in there will start to go away. So we will have to have definitely some discussion related to debt in the future, what we're going to do. Most everyone now are issuing PERS bond because the market hasn't been there for it, but it's mostly side accounts, deposits, and they're done. So that's an area of obviously focus going forward. This is a big one, $25.6 million employee benefit management, and I certainly will lean into Debbie if necessary, because she does a great job of really oversight for this. But essentially, all of the payroll, whenever there's a payroll, there's premiums that are paid or the employer pays. So in Benton County, the employer pays for all of the costs associated for health insurance and for dental insurance, with the exception, I believe, of the one plan that is Debbie, you correct me on this, but there is. Go ahead.
So we have about 40 folks who are still on the premium share plan. And then also the Deputies Association has an alternate plan where they pay 15% of the premium.
Thank you very much, Debbie. And so with being a self-insured organization, these payments that are coming in are basically going and getting stored in this account, and we are the ones that are actually paying the claims that go through. And so part of this becomes a management of claims activity, and we have a broker, people that help us that are very knowledgeable of this, that Debbie and HR and others work directly with to measure how are we doing. But the one thing I want to make sure I emphasize is the importance of contingency in this. So when we became self-insured, we intentionally were collecting so that we could build a contingency. And roughly it's around $3 million that we've been able to build. Or that's what this current budget would assume is $3 million. That contingency had gotten bigger and bigger, which is a good thing. Obviously, you're getting to the point of you're more protected, and we're also getting experience now after several years of what the activities are. Again, we're seeing some increases. I think you heard Tracy talk about pharmaceuticals and the expenses on those. So again, those are impacts to what we're paying out, and we're going to have to watch that closely. But in the examination of our reserves, we felt we were at a place where we could be safe and in terms of being able to use some of that to help offset some of our growing costs and be able to help with the general fund. So that's what the piece in here that speaks to a $1.8 million transfer is. There's a portion of that reserve that is going to help in terms of mitigating those impacts of health insurance cost, as well as the other small portion of it was that workers' compensation that is now done and over with and can be transferred back. So those are one-time fixes though. And again, as we get more into deliberation and talking about our budget going forward, again, we still have work to do because these are in some cases one-time fixes. There's some notes here in terms of unemployment claims and reserves. It's forecasted to grow by 13.6. That's primarily due to some of the higher labor costs as opposed to increases that we're seeing in claims, just higher amounts that have to be paid. So there's not anything that has really changed. It's been relatively stable. And then our retired liability reserve is decreasing by 14.5%. And this is money that we set aside in terms of as people are retiring, there's vacation to pay off. So you have some form of liability or some form of funds to be able to support that liability. We're just seeing that flattening a lot. We didn't see as much activity in previous years, so we felt it was appropriate to take that down a little bit in terms of estimates. So employee benefit management, again, it's a big activity. Again, I want to recognize Debbie as the deputy. She works in concert with HR, with our insurance providers, and to help us in managing everything that is specific to employee benefit management. Treasury management, this is a 3.9, and again, this is a little bit deceiving. You can look at it and say, wow, well, what is it? What is that for? Basically, this is interest earnings. And so obviously we have money in the bank and we do the best we can in terms of investing. Debbie does a lot of our direct investing. I did work a lot specifically with her, particularly around some of our courthouse money. Again, you'll hear us talk a little bit about one of the ways that we're mitigating our current general fund is that we're going to be able to use some of those extra interest earnings that we achieved on our bonds, that $36 million. We're going to be able to use that to pay our debt service, which is an eligible cost, as opposed to a transfer general fund. One time, but still, again, I want to recognize the work that Debbie and others do in terms of investing those dollars. We look at, obviously, we don't want to get too risky, but mostly very conservative investments, but the market's been good. And we obviously, before 2023, we saw some historically low, that you can see this bar graph kind of gives you a good idea of what it's been like. from year to year. And you can see in 23, 24 how much significantly that has gone up. So that's helped. These are, again, resources that as they're earned, they're transferred back to all of the various funds in which they're attributed to. And some departments, the general fund gets a good portion of that, but all the departments for their direct revenue source have some form of interest return. So that's primarily what that has been.
Right.
Yes.
I just want to interject really quick that the earnings on the bond proceeds are not actually reflected in here. So those are separate. So this truly is the interest that goes back to funds within the county.
Thank you for that correction, Debbie. And tomorrow when we talk about non-departmental and we get into capital development, that's where you'll see those interest earnings show up in that. So thank you, Debbie, for pointing that out. So again, this is kind of more of our core money. So I mentioned the foreclosed property management, again, by statutes, require counties to begin foreclosure proceedings when a real property is 4 years delinquent. We do not see a lot of this. This is not very often. In fact, I don't know that I have seen one since being here. So, but after 6 years of the delinquency, then the county the property is actually deeded to us. And then we have the ability to retain that property. We can sell it, or we can transfer the property to another government, certain nonprofit entities. So those are kind of our what we're able to do. Again, like I said, we do rarely do this, but any of the sales that we make, so if we go and basically sell that property, put it on a surplus, we deposit that money into this particular fund, the foreclosed property management. And the only thing we're able to really use the money for is if there's like cleanup of other foreclosed properties that we have on the books in terms of maintenance, but that's the only use. Then what we do is we distribute to the other taxing districts periodically. And as I said earlier, I said 500, more like 600,000 is we're getting to the place where I think, we want to probably just sweep that account and put it out to our taxing districts. And I would imagine particularly, while it's not a huge amount, when you split it between all the taxing districts, everybody, it's going to help with particularly some of the challenges from a local government standpoint.
Rick?
Yes.
Could you go back to that slide? I also just want to mention that there won't really ever at this point probably be an increase to that fund because of the legislation for excess proceeds that came out. It's still working its way through administrative rules. But right now, if there is a sale on a foreclosed piece of property, there needs to be a process that if there are excess proceeds outside of what the tax bill is, that the owners, the rightful owners, would have a chance to get to those excess proceeds. So when Rick talks about potentially just sweeping this out, that plays into it a lot because we won't presumably gain excess proceeds going forward.
Thank you for that, Debbie. So the last piece before we move into the goals is again, that brown area that was off to the right is not part of this budget, but we do recognize it here because the health business services is, at least as of right now, part of our team. The one thing I would just point in terms of this slide, again, when this evolved, moved into us, the first two bullets you see here was a responsibility of a separate person and separate work. And what we saw before 2021 was really, at least this is Rick's observation, is that there was really unknown about the world of the CHC from a financial standpoint. I mean, we had the overall side, but from an internal control standpoint, there was a lot of mystery to it. And the previous county administrator and the Board of Commissioners really wanted to move to a place where there wasn't so much decentralization because you've got different answers. Depending on who you ask, you might get a different answer in terms of, hey, what's going on with fleet? Well, one person says this, another person says that. And how do we get to a place of a more one type answer? And so that was really the vision, and health was a really big area of that. And as I said, I believe we have done great work to accomplish that by really moving our analysts to that place of covering those first two bullets that are on that slide. It's that specialized stuff, though, the billing, the coding, all the medical work, working with insurance companies. That is not that is a very specialized work. And I've learned a great deal from our current director for community health centers, and she'll be here this afternoon, who has vast amounts of experience in this, and how you can be really efficient with that and how you can be really inefficient. And it's really going to make a bottom line for you in terms of, because those are enterprise funds we're talking about. When we get to this afternoon, those are, you have to, we count on this team to help us get reimbursement and get paid for the work that's being done. So I've evolved to a place where this really does need to be housed and lived within the health center, but we cannot let go of what we started years ago on making sure that there is financial oversight, accountability, and connection between the two. And I think we're in a good place to be able to do that. So with that, I'm going to kick it to Debbie, and she's going to talk about her goals.
Thanks. So our first goal is what I'm touting as phase 2 of our restructure. So we've talked a lot about when Rick came on and led the restructure of our department that created that cadre of the analysts. It also created some sections like procurement and contracts that we had a bit of, but now it truly is a robust function within the county that provides huge support. And those are just examples. So as phase 2, what we want to get to is a set of standard operations and job expectations for all the staff in financial services. And this really was particularly around the analysts, so that after we've kind of been in this new structure for a couple of years, kind of learned what has worked, what hasn't worked, to better refine what those expectations that the departments want from us, but also what we can provide as an expectation for those departments of what we can provide for them. Next one. So Rick talked about how familiar he became with how manual the budget process is. And so goal 2 directly relates to that. We have been working with IT, and we have meetings with them, I think it's every other week, the focus of which to create some more automation and tools, not only for the budget development process, but also management reporting, so that the information that comes from the budget and then from actuals can be combined in a readable manner. So our goal is to create 2 of those tools that can be implemented by the end of fiscal year 2026. Next, so we know that payroll has been quite an issue for the county. And when I say issue, it's been an area of concern. And so over the last, almost a year now, we've been going through some process mapping. We've had an outside audit of the payroll process. And so now one of our goals is to create a shared definition of what an error is, and then based on that definition, create an error tracking mechanism that will give us benchmark data. So then goal number 4 is to...
I'm sorry, Debbie.
Go ahead.
I know this may seem small, but I think this is a really important discussion in terms of payroll and the definition of error. And I think, we've talked a lot about jumping right in and let's measure, we want to measure performance. How are we doing? How we, what are areas? But I think this conversation and understanding as to, what constitutes a error. And as I always say, payroll is not a perfect art. I mean, there is always going to be, human error that occurs, but we want to try to limit that as much as we can. And so again, we took a pivot on this. We were going to just jump right to it and say, well, let's just measure. But we have to really be careful in terms of defining what is and what isn't an error. So again, sorry, Debbie, I didn't mean to thunder.
So once we get some of that benchmark data with that tracking mechanism, then goal number 4 is to reduce that number of errors by 25% in the following year. And that is all I have for goals.
Hey, well, I will jump back in and quickly kind of hit the summary of department impacts. Again, we're looking at a $622,000 reduction to the budget, which constitutes the elimination of management ECIs, the 250, once again, a little bit higher amount you see other departments because of the number of folks you have. We are instituting a vacancy factor of 1.5%. We are also shifting, and one of the reasons that vacancy factor a little bit, because it also includes the shift when puts a little bit of risk in terms of the position in relation to our grant coordinator at 165,000. There is some materials and service reduction. So that's where we kind of get to. I think, the biggest thing I would point out here is, is that the choice to move the grant coordinator position out of the internal service charge area and move it into the ARPA, because I think, and this is going to be part of our work going forward, is to figure out, are we taking as much advantage as we should of the federal grants that we have? And, we do not have an indirect cost rate that is approved through the feds. We use the de minimis, which is okay, less work, but are we getting everything we should in terms of this? So I think that there's some opportunities in it, but we're consciously making that choice, and it comes with some risk. But we do think it is the right thing to do to try to help our county in terms of dealing with the financial issues. Similar to human resources, or financial services did not ask for any policy packages this time around. So after applying the adjustments, again, we're looking at a 7.4%. There's a 7.4% decrease in the department's current service level operations. When you put it all together, once again, it's 2.2% higher than 23-25, which is relatively small. But again, I like to break out the operations piece for you so you can see, which again is very, very close to what the rest of the department's seeing, is about an 18.7% increase as it relates to the operations piece. Future challenges and opportunities. So I could probably spend a lifetime on this, and I'll try to sum this up as best I can, but I can't say enough about the uncertainty and frequent changes that we're seeing with federal government. That's something we're gonna have to keep our eyes on. I mean, and it's ever changing. We're going to really need to be on top of all of these policy changes. What's going to happen with Medicaid? We daily hear that, okay, there are going to be clawbacks on certain types of federal grants. So this is something that I think is going to be a big challenge going forward. Just like everybody, identify and retain a workforce. You caught us at a time right now where, it's relatively a lean staff in financial services. So we definitely need to identify and retain. And I want to echo what Debbie had said in terms of goal 1. It's really important around expectations. We need to be really clear and make sure we have good onboarding plans when we have the folks come in and get them up to speed. County government, county finance is challenging, and it does really require us to be very explicit in terms of our expectations and be able to set everybody up for success. Again, this is no secret to you, and we're going to be around the forefront of this, is overcoming the financial challenges. I mean, we got big big things that we have to deal with going forward. So how do we create sustainability? And you've heard me talk about this before in my previous role, but program fees are not universally developed. So I think that there is a better way for us to be evaluating the fees that we put in place and make sure, one, they're fair, but also make sure they're absolutely recovering our cost. And I think those are always tough decisions, but now more than ever, we need to really be being thoughtful about what the fees are we charging and are they actually capturing the cost of the programs. Same time, we have opportunities, to recovery to a fully staffed financial services. That's all our dream, to get back to doing things, efficiently. We want to, look at technology. How do we streamline? How do we automate? Oh my gosh, there is so many opportunities for us to do some further automation. Identify how to continue working on budget development process through automation. Debbie had talked about that. I'm a big believer that, as a financial person, you got to have strong relationships with your other departments. You can't just sort of sit in your silo. And I think that's something that we're trying to promote is how are we customer oriented? How are we getting involved? How do we understand the challenges of each of our county departments? They're our customers, and how do we, get to know that? And we can be better served by doing that. So that is a strong piece and a good opportunity. And then this is one other thing that, again, I know Commissioner Wise and Commissioner Mahone have heard me say this before, but having a better handle on long-term forecasting. I think, I'm excited about, a new CFO at some point. This is one of the big things that I always push is how do we get way ahead? We've started some things, but there's still a lot of work in terms of looking out a horizon 10 to 15 years. So, Mr. Chairman, I spoke really, really fast, but he dared me to try to get caught up. So I took that dare and probably spoke a little faster than I needed to, but I don't know if I accomplished the catching up, but happy to take any questions on the department. Thanks a lot, Gabe.
Thank you, Rick, and questions?
Just one clarifying question. On slide number 40, go back a ways. At the bottom, it says that we have the net effect of the budget adjustments, et cetera, is an 18.7 increase.
Mhm.
And I was looking up at the top, and what I saw was a 2 point something. It's behind the pictures, right?
Yeah.
So what was the 18.7?
Yeah, so I don't know if you remember, I'm sorry. I don't know if thank you for the question, Commissioner Shepard. So this budget, you might remember, I broke it out a little bit different because we manage, so the overall budget down at the bottom, you can see the CSL growth is 3.5 and then 2.2. That's everything. So that's operations as well as all those managed funds we just talked about. But to try to do apples to apples for you, I wanted you to see the department. So the actual department. So that 18.7% represents just the department. You will not see it on that table up there just because it's a component of, and I think I remember correctly. Now you're going to catch me in a lie. So the financial services department increase, and I'll go and check this, Commissioner Shepard. I don't know why it doesn't say 18.7.
Okay, thank you.
I do know why it says 19.5 rather than 18.7 is because that is the proposed budget, and what's on here is a comparison to the current service level.
Okay.
Yeah. So remember, current service level grew X amount, and then we took cuts. And in some cases, we saw additions. And so I will make sure I clarify for you that. I know that was a little bit confusing because I felt it was appropriate to try to tear this apart a little bit. It would hopefully, the idea was to give you more of a department orientation.
Yeah, thank you. We have a roll here. And you mentioned the consolidation and trying to make sure all our departments are under one umbrella rather than silos and finding out later what was going on. Sometimes it's ways that we don't like, and so I appreciate the efforts of the county being as coordinated on our financial efforts as we can. I think that this is a long-term project. I think there was a study done in 2014 suggesting how reorganize our financial area to be more efficient, and you were surprised. So I definitely am a supporter of that that umbrella type concept. You mentioned the importance of the manager place coordinator. I'm not sure if there's a difference in that title, but I think between the opportunities for additional grant opportunities and making sure that we're taking care of the ones that we already have as far as tracking and making sure that there are no changes coming. I think that's just critical to our effort, especially as tight a budget as we have presented here. Okay, here's a fun one. And I think this is the proper place to ask this, but Benton County collects the property taxes for the whole county and then disperses to, I think, 20 some different entities. Does Benton County get any admin fee for that effort?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, the easy answer is no. We do not. And this is part of the piece in terms of recent legislation that has been out there that the Assessor Association has been trying to support, is that there would be the ability to take some of the resources collected to be able to pay for the assessment function. So, what we use is what we collect or what our entitlement for the property taxes to pay for our responsibility. But no, we basically collect and pass it on through.
Okay. I was pretty sure I knew the answer to that. I would guess this legislation has been proposed in the past, and those school districts are the largest recipient. They're the most opposed to any change.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Malone, yeah, there's a lot of moving tentacles to this. I think there's been several attempts over the years, and I think in the words of Zach Reeves from CFM, I think there's a lot of progress that been made in terms of understanding the value of the assessment function and staffing it appropriately and being able to get out there more in terms of real values. And on top of it is going to ultimately return more dollars down the road. And I think that message is starting to plant a little bit, but I don't think it's planted enough to actually get us through a passage. So that's, again, the current word on the street.
Thank you. In various areas, there's discussion of proper administrative fees. Sounds like currently we are at 0. You mentioned, speaking of fees, making sure that our cost recovery is appropriate, and I know there's been considerable effort in fleet and the clinics to make sure that the what's coming in and what we're charging. For people as close as we can get and I know there's often a lot of untangling and it's not a simple task, but I think it's important to know where we're spending money. And if something, an area needs to be subsidized, okay, but that should be a conscious decision rather than not clear exactly how we're functioning.
Great.
And last, really appreciate you and Rachel and Debbie stepping up to get this budget presented in a timely manner and good format. So I really appreciate the effort and the late hours and weekends. Yes, this. Thank you.
I have hi everyone, this is citizen member Jones. I had a question or in comment. Rick, you mentioned that the county doesn't have a negotiated indirect cost rate with the federal government. Can you speak to that a little bit? I know that, you can make a lot. I think that the return on investment for negotiating a NICRA is net positive typically. And it seems like that would be, we don't often find things that have a net positive ROI. And it seems like it could behoove the county to invest the amount to go ahead and do that, make it a priority. I know you're already have a lot on your plate. Your staff has a lot on their plate, but it seems like making that small investment to get that long-term return on investment would be beneficial.
Yeah, Chaz, thanks so much for that. And you're absolutely right. Having come from a place where there was a full rate in place. I mean, it's a lot of work, obviously, to have to renegotiate and do the process. But to your point, it does typically provide huge return. Again, as you know, we were allowed to take the de minimis, but I come from an organization that had a rate of like 23%, and and that was considered small. So I mean, it does have a good return on it, and hopefully Jeremy, who is maybe behind me, is shaking his head yes, because I know he's thought about a lot of this too and has some experience in terms of negotiation. So because that's not an easy process, but certainly having someone that has experience in doing that is something we want to look at. Thank you for bringing that up, though.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Debbie. All right.
Okay. With that, Mr. Chairman, we ready to pivot to Public Works? Okay, well, I'll invite Mr. Stockhoff up here and put him on the hot seat for a while.
Both online are having trouble hearing, so why don't you throw both in the microphone?
Okay, we are at the end, our last presentation for session 1. We'll try to hopefully not take too much of your lunchtime. So Public Works Department, if you can bring up the presentation. So I think, as I mentioned at the beginning, this is a quasi-internal service department in that they have facilities and fleet, which does have a allocation type model. We use internal service funds, so basically collections for fleet, as well as collections for facilities through what we call the URR, Uniform Rent rate, I believe. So, so you're gonna get a kind of two different things here, and then the rest of it, of course, is our roads, our maintenance, our engineering, a lot of the project-related work that's going on. So there's a little bit of a kind of a two different types of departments here. So I'll start off, again, this is a large budget, again, much of it driven by the road fund and the work of the core work of public works around engineering and various road projects and maintenance. But overall, you can see 79.7 million, it's about a 5.5% total increase. Again, you have about 21%, a little lower than what you've seen in other departments in terms of the personal service growth. And then they too are looking at, and again, I don't want to jump ahead in terms of revenue, but this is a mostly road fund related department. And so much of this, again, we are looking at reductions everywhere, but these reductions that you see are mostly targeted at facilities and fleet, which would have the more the benefit. We did not apply those same in terms of roads. So that's why this 1.2% decrease in the current service level, why that's a lot smaller than what we've seen in other areas. But again, they have the same type of thing in terms of the freezes on management. They are, I think it's important to note, and there may be some conversations regarding the fleet, trying to be more efficient with fleet. There is a mechanic position that is eliminated in this budget. Particularly as some of the changes we're making on external and maybe some more shifting to the internal side. There's some reduced insurance costs as well as some closure. And again, this is going to tie into a bigger discussion later on, but we did make a decision to close the old Board of Commissioners office. It was being used for a mini emergency operations center, and working with the sheriff to save on costs, we are closing that. But we're going to, again, this is part of the whole asset discussion we need to have in terms of leveraging those dollars going forward. So all in all, you can see the budget adjustments policy package. There is again about $100,000 of a policy package that is aimed again at reclassifications. No new positions in any of this, but mostly just reclassifications. And Gary will speak to that. But all in all, after we make those reductions, it comes to about a 4.4% increase as opposed to 5.5 for the service level. This is always one of my fun pie charts because, there's certain departments as a financial, I get excited about because, it's got all these, different colors of the pie chart and different types of funding source. And Public Works certainly has a variety of things. This one's different. This will be the first different one where you usually hear me say, well, personal services is your biggest cost. That is not the case here in Public Works. The biggest cost is your materials and supplies and capital outlay. They build stuff, they work on roads, and while they have a great staff of a little over 53 employees, or 53.75 to be exact, they spend most of the money on materials, and so that's where you see most of that budget. Again, 53.75 as a part, I already mentioned the mechanic position would be eliminated, so that would take them down to 52.75. Mostly the growth in our materials and supplies that you're seeing here comes from higher inflation, and Gary can probably, write a book in terms of what he's seen over the last several years in terms of our high cost that has gone up in relation, particularly to construction. And then of course with tariffs and not knowing what's happening in the future, there could be still further issues that we have to deal with going forward. The capital decrease is mostly related to reduced amounts of categorical spending. And this is a budget that sort of has a lot of hills and valleys as time goes along because it's all about timing. And, money's still coming in from ODOT. You get dollars, but when you actually spend those dollars, like any kind of capital type project, it depends. And so sometimes, like we talked with the replacement, you might be doing a lot of spending. Other times you might be building up contingency. And this happens to be one of those times where building up contingency. But again, Gary I know there's a slide in here that talks about some of the key projects that they'll be working on. Again, just the large growth of 119% in contingency. Again, you're seeing some of the capital outlay expenses, maybe not as much planned, but money still comes in and it grows into contingency and is likely spent the next biennium when that project is getting finished up. The revenue sources, again, this is 99% of the proposed revenues in our budget are dedicated resources. So these resources you can't, do anything with. They are specific. Most of it is, again, all road fund. It does, the road fund represents the largest share of this funding that you can see in the pie chart there to the right, with the blue section. We also have about 31% of the resources from the intergovernmental service fund. So this is flipping to that internal service side. So all payments for rent that all the departments are paying, payments for fleet that all the departments are paying, going into this internal department fund. And that's where they manage the work, all the great things they do with facilities maintenance and just, it's endless. I'll say that for you. The remaining budget is supported by the Special Transportation Fund. So if you hear us say BAT, veterinary transit, that's a big portion of this. And so there is a large amount of money that is specifically for that particular source as well. So Kenny has a pretty diverse group of different types of, and I forgot to hit the slide, sorry. A pretty diverse group of resources. Functionally, again, you can see there's, we try to split this out for you because in both the cases of fleet and facilities, we have an internal side and we have an external side. So in the world of government, we do the internal service fund for all of the things that we do for the county. But if we're doing something for the outside, we do it in what is called an enterprise fund or a typical business related fund. Basically, it makes its money. So again, that's the reason that you have the breakout. I think one thing I do want to point out a little bit, and we can talk about this is, if you want to dive into some of the internal fleet discussion, you will note in the increases that you're seeing in internal service for the 44.7 on the current service level and 41.8. I do want to just speak to that briefly in that we have one group of people, it's one area, mechanics, and they do external work and they do internal work. And as time goes along, we measure that to try to figure out what percentage is internal, what percentage is external. And they have a system that is called Faster that does a lot of the tracking and helps us with that. And I think what we're seeing and have seen over time is more of a shift towards the internal side of the house as opposed to the external. And I think that's probably for the commissioners, you would expect that, particularly as maybe some of the business maybe goes away as our rates go up. And so that's a correction. And so what you'll notice when you look at internal versus external, you notice that there is a decrease in external budget and an increase in internal. And again, much of that, and I provided you all a sheet last night that shows some of the internal drivers related to the rate increases. That's a big one. Is shifting about 10%. So we're going from about 40% of the time right now on internal, or what was, to about 50%. And that's a big driver. I just want to point that out. And of course, that corresponds then with rates or what the departments pay for that. And it's a complicated thing, but I'm happy and we're ready to jump right into that when the time is right. And either today or whenever you would like. So with that, I'm going to flip it over to Gary to start talking about the rest of the department, if I can make this work. Yep. Stop working. Maybe flip it for me. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think it's almost afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Gary Stockoff, Public Works. And I'll try to buzz through this pretty quick. A lot of it's the same and hasn't changed a lot from year to year. Clearly, we want to make sure we have time to discuss the fleet issue that came up a couple of days ago. But as for us, we're 5 divisions and 4 of them are about the same size, same budget. Admin is just me, Jennifer Fiesick, and our front end admin, Ari. So even though the budget's small, a lot of things that go on in our admin group. Right now, I oversee the courthouse DA and EOC project. So that's something that kind of comes along with it. We have veterinary transit that I'm kind of the sole person, even though it doesn't show up as an FTE. We do have an FTE that we paid for that is employed by Corvallis. So we'll talk more about that later. And then we also do a lot of work with the service districts, the water and sewer service districts that we have. So, and we've scrambled a little bit here. Appreciate everybody. Rick and Tally stepped into the fray when Mary Lee left, our analyst, but I think we got everything done and this is where we're at. So as for the department admin, admin department or division, I think it's pretty straightforward with just the three of us. And then the other divisions are all kind of standing in line there with us. So if we can go to engineering surveying. Engineering surveying is one that is run entirely out of the road fund, which is also known as the gas tax. And Laurel Beyer is the county engineer and she oversees that program. It includes a surveying group. One of the components that's the surveyors run, Dave Malone, he runs the public land corner, which is the old government land corners that were set decades ago, even into the late 1800s. And so he is going about and trying to preserve those as much as he can. That is actually funded by a $10 charge on the recording fees. So that's how that program is funded. And Laurel is quite busy with various projects. Rick explained the capital side of thing. When we had the COVID timeframe, we had funds build up because we couldn't get the projects out the door. So the last biennium, we knew that we were going to be catching up. So that's why we spent down quite a bit of that capital. And we continue to do so. In fact, yesterday we opened the bids for our grind and overlay on 19th Street and actually got a very successful bid, had 6 bidders under the engineer's estimate, which we like to see because that means that we then have money that we can roll forward and do more projects. And you'll hear a plea probably later on that we continue to have a real struggle with having enough funds to take care of our infrastructure, our roads. And you'll hear that probably in every city, county across the nation. It's just not enough money to take care of the needs we have. But you see the projects that we have coming up for this biennium, the big one being the roundabout at 53rd and Country Club. That one has been on the books for a while. It's been delayed again because of COVID and pushing projects, but we hope to have that one out next year. It's going through the final design right now. That will be a huge project for that part of Corvallis and the county and improve the safety out in that area. We have several bridges that we're working on, which again, we tried to do some internal design. We have one engineer that can handle those. But a lot of those would then be contracted out. And then you just see the other things that are done in there. A lot of what engineering and surveying does is contained within the right of way and managing that asset for us. If we go to road maintenance next. That group is overseen by Rich Spofford, who's here today with us. And as Rick said, the majority of their budget is in materials. So rock, asphalt, machinery, it's whatever it is to take care of the roads. And over the last several years, especially, we have stepped back and really tried with Rich's guidance. We focus on maintaining the roads. That's probably the big one. The culverts, the ditches, the pavement, limbing, vegetation management. I don't think it's maintenance, it's management. So really just make sure that the road assets that we have are able to continue to operate. As you know, we have several 100 miles of gravel roads. Those are kind of a unique animal. And that we can really only work on them a couple of times of the year when we have enough moisture, not too much, but we have to have some. So we have one person that does that. So obviously, even though it's a small county, he is taxed trying to keep up with things. But that is Rich's primary goal is to, and with his crew, and he has a great group, is to take care of the roads. As a side note here, the budget you see is based on what we believe our current revenue projections. I think you all know that there's a transportation bill in the legislature right now that we we hope will put some things in play that will increase the revenue for the road fund. And if that's the case, then we'll replan and try to get those things done. And that would be not only for Rich and the road, but it'd also be for engineering and projects that need to go there. So we hope that in the next 6 weeks or so, we'll kind of have an idea of what that might be, and then the timing of when that revenue would come in and the projections thereof. So that's obviously good news for us on that side of things. If we go to the next slide, special transportation. Again, this has been area transit. A couple of things I want to point out there is back to that is that the county has no dedicated FTE that is part of Benton Area Transit. I think part of my salary is covered with that, some others, but the only really FTE we have is our rural and special transportation coordinator, who is an employee for Corvallis. Through agreement, we then reimburse them for her salary and benefits. We are going through an analysis right now with Benton Area Transit to determine if the current business model, which is through a contractor, a nonprofit, Dilabus, is that the best way to still do business? And would it be more prudent and efficient and cost effective in the long run to actually perform that service ourselves? We're in the middle of that analysis right now. The idea being that we would have whatever we want to do. If there is a recommendation for a change, we would look at then the 27-29 biennium, and the new statewide transportation improvement fund projects would be for that next biennium. Again, with the transit, part of the transportation bill, they are proposing an increase to the transit payroll tax. That is a tax that it was initiated a couple of years back that goes to fund transit specifically. And they are looking at an increase with that. Obviously, any increase in that would benefit Benton Area Transit as well. A little side note, one of the things that we're looking at with Benton Area Transit, we did just receive a mobility grant from the state, and we will be looking at an analysis of whether we can start a rural shuttle, and that rural shuttle would serve kind of the south and west parts of the county, and maybe run a couple of days a week to one area and a couple of days a week, and then it would circle back into Corvallis. So there's a lot of exciting things happening with Benton Area Transit. And again, a lot of that is federal money or state money, so it has some real strings attached to it, and we have to make sure we're following the rules. So we're working hard to do that. That'll be part of the analysis is, do we need to beef up our side of the coin as well? So next, if we want to tackle fleet separately or just launch in right now.
I guess I will look to the chair if the committee would like to maybe talk a little bit more specifically, or wait till after.
Given the time, I think personally, I would like to have a robust discussion about fleet charges. And I'm looking at tomorrow might be, if you're available, that would be my suggestion, to have that as a whole separate topic of conversation tomorrow. Just it's after our during time, and our evening session is all the way booked with health. So that would be my suggestion. I'm just
I had a similar comment, but I think it's a complicated enough discussion that I would suggest doing it outside of the budget discussion and maybe one of your regular sessions with the board of commissioners. Is it a lot of moving parts, and I think it may be. I think it's outside the budget discussion. There's some philosophical questions about the role of our fleet services.
We're here, this is our budget committee meetings. It's unpleasant that we're getting into lunch, but I don't know what else to do. Are you available on Friday or?
Well, actually, Commissioner, as soon as I'm done here, I'm actually heading to Idaho for a graduation of a grandson from high school. And I'll be out of town tomorrow. And I think also the way our schedule works, our fleet managers also not available on Fridays. So I think we can at least give you some background, maybe to address the question the sheriff raised. And, you know, then maybe come back with a more robust thing later. I don't know how to work
I
that.
definitely want to know the information and hear it as a chance to deliberate before we make our decision, so. I do agree that there's probably a portion of it that we can talk about at another meeting too, but my preference, even though it's unpleasant and unfortunate, is to keep going and conversation.
Perhaps as a recommendation, again, you know, we do have built-in time tomorrow. Obviously, Gary can certainly, or Devin can come back after lunch. Just because health starts at 2 doesn't mean we have to start with health. We can certainly keep going with public works if you guys at some point say, well, I want a break, and then maybe come back and talk a little bit more about internal fleet to start a 2 o'clock session.
I worry about the domino effect of we're impacted, that's how this many people, if we keep pushing off, then that impacts way more people, so. One budget committee member.
From your comments, Commissioner Shepherd, you can see maybe you're talking about adding another half hour?
Well, if we can't do it tomorrow, then I do want to have this discussion because it is going to be, and I do think it's going to be related to this budget of what we're going to be budgeting for internal versus external and how we're going to be charging. And to something Commissioner Wise said, it's not just something the sheriff brought up, but also the fire chiefs. When we had the fire chiefs here, they were talking about our fleet services as well. So this is something that I think we should talk about. So I guess carry on, and if we do have to push till afterwards, maybe I was looking, we might try and ask Jesse if he can go to tomorrow morning if the domino effect it goes too far, and try and move Nate to tomorrow morning, but let's just carry on.
We could start at 7 tomorrow.
That is actually, no, we can't, because it was a publicly noticed meeting, and we have to start at 9. That's
Okay, but we can keep going later, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So why don't we have Gary just go ahead and do the presentation in terms of fleet service, and then we can bring Devin up and we can dive into perhaps what I provided you last night in terms of where the discussion start, but certainly talk about external as well. So Gary, if you want to maybe get off and we can bring Devin up.
Okay, maybe just this little step back and some historical background on this, and that I started here almost 7 years ago to the day. And when I got here, a new fleet manager had arrived, and we started uncovering how it had been set up before, the fleet, and how charges were made. And what we discovered was that a lot of extra time was being charged to the road fund. And the rates that were being provided to fire and some others were not at market rates. And so the fleet manager, the new one, went about and started correcting that. We brought a model in that kind of modeled the rates. That was the APWA model. And then a couple of years later, we went with the Mercury model, which you may have been heard before. That we finally kind of launched things right about November of 2019 in that area. And we were all excited that we were finally going to maybe start getting some good numbers. And then COVID hit and everything kind of fell apart. But we still had contracts and agreements in place that guaranteed rates at a lesser rate for some of our external customers. And this is external and internal. Rick mentioned that a little bit. So what we found is the externals were actually being subsidized by the internals. So we started looking at how to raise the rates, in this last year. It was determined that we just had to go full in, and with the start of the new fiscal year this July, that the externals would be charged what would be considered a average rate in the industry. So we went from like 153 an hour to 192 an hour. But we had been questioned about the county subsidizing non-county groups. So we feel that moving it to that level was going to address that. That then we found that there were some subsidies taking place on internals. And so again, we started looking at all those different things that started adding up, and we had a deficit in the fleet. And it's been an ongoing deficit for 3 years, quite a while. As we started peeling this back a little bit more, for this budget, we found that the way we had the rates structured for each department, it was a certain O&M, operation and maintenance rate, and it included the fuel. And when we started that process, which I think was the way the first models had it, it was okay because the mileage we were driving during COVID went way down. We were here, by the time we started coming out of that and had any kind of new numbers, we had to use those for 21, 23, and then 23, 25 hadn't really. So it was then after that budget in 23 started, then we had the big cost increases, we had all that and fuel, and then it unraveled a little bit more and we started driving more. So what we see is our customers, our internal customers who have and drive more miles, they were getting a break because they weren't being charged the fuel costs that they really were incurring. And that cost was then being absorbed by fleet. And so that was just one of the components of this story of why the internal rates went up, is that we then, with Marilee's help, discovered we should be charging for fuel separately. So that way everybody knows exactly what everybody's using and you can budget accordingly within your own fund. On top of that, then there's the users and, particular, the sheriff. By the nature of what they do, they are much harder on their vehicles, the patrol vehicles, than others are. So we have to start adding in and looking at, well, what's the cost for actually working on that? And what we do, is that outside of our operation and maintenance? And is that outside of what that rate was supposed to cover? And so we factored in some extra time and material costs to address those unique things. For instance, there was one of their patrol rigs goes through brakes. I think it's just, again, the driving they do. So instead of just doing a brake job every 2 or 3 years for normal driving, we're doing 2 or 3 a year because of the driving. So, and then I think you'll see that natural areas and parks, some of their equipment, roads. One of the other big ones in there was roads. You saw a bigger number for roads too. It's the nature of what they do. So as we started kind of reconciling all these and seeing all these different factors that were built into the rates, I think we now have finally got to a point where we can correctly assign the right cost to the right group, because we know what we're actually charging them for and how that's all tied into that overall number. And so it was a big pill to swallow. I understand roads had to swallow a big one too. But it also takes into account the thing that Rick talked about, in that we've right-sized the external side by raising that rate. And not only did we right-size it, one thing that we've changed is that instead of adopting a rate and then setting it for 2 years, we are now looking at it annually. Mm-hmm. Because what we found is that if we had a big increase, it's easier to say, well, you're only getting increased 7 or 8% this year, as opposed to waiting 2 years. Oh, now it's 20. And it was much harder to swallow and budget. So we've tried to get out in front of it as much as we can. But the idea is that we're not in this to make money. We're in this to break even. And I think we're finally to a point where we know those cost factors, and we'll be closer to being able to do that. But this budget cycle was the one where we had to kind of pull the Band-Aid off and try to make everything right. So with that, I'll let Rick step
Well,
in.
and again, I think Gary's done a great job in terms of, the gas pieces, I always kind of equate, it would be great to go to Enterprise and rent a car and be able to have someone say, yeah, drive it all you want to, and we'll pay for the gas. I mean, it's sort of the same type of principle, is that it makes sense is that when you go to Enterprise, you pay for a rental car, X amount of dollars, and whatever gas is on you. That's essentially what we're talking about here. But if, and again, and nobody's doing anything wrong, but if you miss that mark and you've built it into the rate and all of a sudden gas is going way up here, you gotta remember gas was going up as well at the same time. Who has to eat it? It's not the department, it would be fleet that ultimately eats that. So that was a problem. I think the other element that Gary alluded to, and I get fascinated with what they do in Faster when he, rates are always going to change from biennium or year to year because it's going to be based on experience. What's been happening with that particular vehicle? Their Faster tracks every one of these vehicles and tell you exactly how much money and cost has gone into it. So if it's all banged up, like you said, doing brakes over and over, it's going to have more cost than what they are collecting. That has to be trued up and right sized. So if you're absorbing a lot more cost than what you're collecting, eventually that has to find its way into balance. And all we can use is the experience that we've had. So when you talk about fluctuations in these rates, because when you look at the budget, and I'm just speaking to internal fleet, when you look at the budget for internal fleet, it's going up by 48%. Okay. There are 5 different elements to that. There's the one I've been talking about. Obviously, you've got higher salaries, and that's one component of it. But another piece is, again, to the shift of work back to they're all doing external and internal. And what we're seeing is more work over on the internal side. So it was 40, now it's 50. So if you look on this sheet, 36% of this increase that we're talking about to departments is attributed to just that. So again, you have a budget increase of 48%. Now you say, well, why is it when I look at the rates that these folks are paying, collectively it goes up by nearly 91%? Why is that? Well, one reason that we haven't talked about here is that there was a surplus in the internal fleet program 2 years ago. It was a $500,000 beginning balance. And that was just, again, there was extra money left over, and what we did is we put it into the formula so that departments wouldn't have to pay as much. It's one time. Surplus is gone. So again, if you're looking on your sheet trying to figure out, okay, what's attributing to this rate increase, 18.6% of it is because of that. So you put in specifically the 10% shift to fleet. And then another piece, and not everybody likes it, but I want to call it out, is contingency. These are going to go up and down. And again, Gary shouldn't have to be the one to, there's not any contingency built into these. We were using a very, very minimal contingency. So again, when you look at the rate, 10.4% of that rate increase is attributed to that. So the purpose of what I'm trying to illustrate for you on this sheet is that there is a budget impact, 48% increase, but there's these other factors as well that attribute to all of it to get to it. Now again, 90% is average, right? So that's the average cost increase for all the departments. So why is one higher than the other one's lower? It's experience. Again, you look at 2 of the departments that are highest are NAPE and the Sheriff's Office. If Devin could come up and show you right now in some of these cards is what he's getting and what he's paying or what he's having to pay out are higher. You got to true that up. And the way you true that up is in the next year, you end up paying higher rates. So it's a cyclical thing. It's complicated. Now, I know we brought in external fleet to this as well. So we're just mostly, there's 2 sides of this equation. There's the internal and the external. The external, I do feel like we are at a place for the first time to really have a balanced enterprise fund. So these are 2 different funds, an internal fund and an enterprise fund. Enterprise fund's got to pay for itself. It's a business. Our business wasn't charging enough. And now it is. Now, the question is gonna be, is at $190 an hour, what are our customers gonna do? And we're already hearing concerns and that there may be opportunities for the private sector to do that at a cheaper, and that may happen. And we have to be prepared for that. It may mean that there is some shifting of time. But again, I think for the first time, you have a balanced model going into this binding. I know for me, since I've been here, I've had to live with a deficit. I had to be for the three of you coming to say, I need money to subsidize this. My hope is that that won't happen again in this budget for the first time is balanced. So I know this is, I'm happy to kind of walk through some of this extra sheet, and I don't know if Mariah wants to pull that sheet I was telling her about up, just to, if you do want to discuss it, and Devin can also kind of give you a lot better detail than I could about how the faster works, but that's the reason. And I do want to say with the sheriff's office presentation, I don't disagree with what was said in terms of, yeah, it's 131% increase is what they said. But again, there is a reason behind that, and I'm not. Nobody. Again, it's unfortunate. There's going to be some, and NAPE has the same situation. As you can see, they're 142%. So open to questions. I know this gets a little complicated. My hope was to try to make it as simple as possible. But let's dive into it if you want to kind of pick it apart.
I would ask that. I would ask if the committee wants to just continue the discussion now. And we all have these little buckets we can eat lunch. Nancy will gladly share.
I seem like we have momentum talking about fleet. Break it off before we at least finish that.
That's it, boy.
Okay, well, again, open to questions, or we can wait. We can
really hungry. You know.
Just throw us some chicken.
So again, I'll just point out, just for illustration's sake, just real quickly, if any further orientation, but again, there's so many factors, there's so many different types of things to this, but it really does try to give you a comparison, the right or the left hand bottom corner of what the budget situation is. But then we also try to illustrate for you what it means to each of the departments and the factors that go into it. And that's what on the right side, trying to help you understand what brings up this 90.6% increase for everybody, for the departments that they're paying, but then the changes that you see in the far right for each of the department, which are up and down, winners, losers, if you will, experience. And that's where Devin could come in and talk probably much better than both Gary and I about all the things that he sees in terms of those factors, but that's what's driving it. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we can just keep moving, and but we can always come back to this if you like.
Would the committee like to ask questions or wait until public?
I'd like to ask a couple questions at this point. One, the deficit or discovering deficits has been mentioned. Are those deficits covered with general fund dollars or what the mechanics of the balancing the budget?
Great question. So the deficits that Gary's referring to are our historical deficits. So that's the first thing I'll say. And so as we go through this budget process for 25-27, the Board of Commissioners is soon going to see a budget supplement that will true this up. You might remember we've given you quarterly reports on this, and we have identified a solution for those deficits that we will be implementing here in the next budget supplement. So to answer your question, yes, those will be filled, but the county is they're going to pay for that deficit like we had planned at a year ago. We had hoped to be able to get that down as much as possible, but general fund will have to subsidize the task.
Thank you, and we've been tracking this effort for over 6 years, so I've been here almost as long as Gary. And my general comment is Benton County Fleet is, as far as charges, has been behind the whole time. And maybe early on, we didn't really know that. Quite sure how that kind of problem gets covered up, but I think we've done a good job identifying costs. At some point, separating out internal and external and making sure that maybe the goal is to break even. And we're getting closer. The fire department folks were mentioned. I guess they understand pretty well the cost increases and have much of an idea of the rationale behind that. If Benton County subsidizes something, it should be a conscious decision rather than, well, we didn't know it and you got a good deal. So I understand the complaints and significant increases. And what I was saying earlier, this could at a later time get into a discussion of what's Benton County's role. We are not obliged to do fleet service. That's something that historically have taken on, and we can have a discussion. What's the proper role? But as somebody who hires mechanics, and I've got some notion that at $192, we're in the ballpark. We don't have to make a profit, but we have PERS and probably a higher health insurance costs and that the private sector doesn't have. And editorial comment, I think some of the private sector challenges are kind of teaser rates and oh, we can get you a really good deal, and then yeah, for a year or two, but and that Benton County's clean it straight and doing we've come a long ways in separating out costs and being accurate. Well, that's the goal. So I think that's what I had.
All right, a few clarifying questions. Start off with the 153 to 192, that's for external, correct? That's what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It makes, I'm looking at the table that Rick created, or that was created. Trying to understand this a little bit. So we don't charge by hour for departments, right? It's just a flat rate over the course of the budget, and that's what rates means. Same for fuel.
Commissioner Shepard, we did on fuel in the past, but no, not now. Now we're doing actual.
Okay, so when it's in line here for fuel, that's an estimate of how much fuel they're going to consume.
Commissioner Shepard, yes, and you notice like in the green column under fuel, it's 809, but if you look at 2325, it's not there because it's all embedded in that O&M.
Yeah, and it makes sense to me to separate fuel out. That like fundamentally that makes a lot of sense. Okay, put the paper in front of my question. And so how you developed the rates for the different departments is, you said that's dependent upon how heavily they're used. So,
Correct. Yes, sir. So can I give you an example of some of the things that we're finding, well, that I found over the course of my first year here? So this has been intriguing and interesting to work on the public side coming from a corporate side. I have one vehicle here that is a 2011 Silverado. Its base rate is $568 a month. That covers your O&M, operations and maintenance. That equates to $13,632 for the biennium. So that's what we've accumulated to do the services, the normal standard operation of the asset. The total fuel expenditures were $14,154 on that vehicle, and that's current, not including May or June. The total maintenance and repairs for the current biennium for that vehicle are $30,901. That brings the total cost to $45,000. Our deficit was 31 grand. We ate that. That came right out of our bottom line. We didn't charge T&M to the sheriff's department. So that's one thing I wanted to address directly is yes, they have a T&M built in there, but that's up to their discretion. What we find is that vehicles that aren't maintained, meaning they're too old, hard to find parts, hard to find OEM parts. And so what happens is once they hit that line, we have to make a decision. Is it a new transmission? Fleet was eating that cost. So this is just for transparency, leaving it up to the sheriff's department to decide, do we want to replace the vehicle? Do we want to dive into our T&M to take care of that?
thanks. That's a really good example. That's very helpful. Yeah, the reason I wanted to spend some time on this, I have concerns about what the cascading effect of such a drastic rate increase is going to have on a lot of our community partners. And I can tell you from meeting with folks one-on-one, it has soured their opinion of us. And you know, that's whatever currency you want to deal with, right? That's
yes, sir.
But it's been hard, and I know that you guys have done a great job trying to dig us out of a hole that we weren't even necessarily aware we were in, and so I really appreciate that. I'm looking at what that's going to mean for our rural fire protection districts, even especially the small ones, and a few of our partners around the county about just like what their taxing districts, and frankly, you know, they're their own districts, they have their own boards that are going to have to manage their own budgets, and they're not us. But I do want to make an attempt of like having good partnerships with them and keeping a relationship positive here.
Mm-hmm.
So
Commissioner, can I comment on that a little bit? Knowing that it was going to be an impact, especially for Lebanon Fire, Corvallis Fire, and we knew we had these rates coming, we let them know last fall that more than likely there was going to be a substantial rate increase, and that by the first of the year, we would let them know what it was so that they could go out and look for other opportunities and make sure that we weren't leaving them high and dry. Because your point is well taken. It was a big change to swallow. And Lebanon came right back and said, yeah, we can't do that. So we're gonna go find somebody else, you know. And we still believe if you look at the cost for some of these and the availability that we have, it's still a pretty good thing to come to us. The rural folks, I think what you see is they only come in once or twice a year with certain items. So their overall cost probably didn't really have the big increases, but for our larger customers like Corvallis and Lebanon, that was going to translate to some dollars. And again, we're all having budget issues. So we really did try to get out in front, and we let all the folks know. But we've also since then taken on new customers. So even with the rate, you know, being higher. So anyway.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I did notice that you guys were very out ahead of it. People knew a while ago, people knew when they came here for our fire meeting. So that's great. My last question here is digging in a little bit to if we do lose customers, if the rate increase does cause us to lose customers, what's that going to look like for this for fleet? Are we looking at potentially Like, are we looking at job losses because we don't have enough customers to support the enterprise fund, or?
That goes really to one, the position that we eliminated. Kind of looking forward, but that also plays into that we'll be working more on our internal folks. And, you know, again, with our road department and the sheriff, there's plenty of opportunity to do that work. So if we go on a mechanic per thousand, we are really low. I mean, we could probably have 10 mechanics if you use the numbers. So I think we're not looking at any job losses. We're not looking at that. We're kind of anticipating that Corvallis might not be coming to us as much, but that's built into what you see here. And the idea that we'll be really supplementing and doing more on this, on the our side, the internal side.
So you're saying there'll be more like time and capacity to work on the internal services and as opposed to the external?
Correct.
Commissioner Shepherd, if I might just add to that, I agree with what Gary said, but I also think we obviously don't know what will absolutely happen with the external. Will we lose customers? I think we all agree that we need to look at this and keep evaluating the current model. So I guess I just want to put out that I don't think we're done. Because on the one hand, while I agree with Gary that we can certainly maybe do more work for the internal, that also we have to be conscious of cost as well. Because that means you start shifting more time and effort into internal, and then we're back here again having this discussion because it's tipping the other way. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that. I'm just saying it has a cost associated with it. So I think we need just to be thoughtful in whatever happens in relation to this external fix.
Thank you. And I'd also say I feel more comfortable about this after having this, and thank you for coming forward. Thank you for the time.
Commissioner Myers?
Is the FTE that's being cut, is that position, it's one position, is it filled currently?
No, Commissioner.
And then,
Just Commissioner, it was a retiree that we did not that renewed, so.
I know nobody has a crystal ball, but are we expecting or hoping that in the next biennium, the amount that we're charging will hopefully be roughly the same, or do we anticipate any more fluctuations?
Well, the good news is, for example, the sheriff's department, they were averaging in biennium about 35,000 a month in O&M charges. It's down to 31,000 because we removed the fuel and put it aside. Most people don't realize this or think about it. Sheriff's vehicle idles almost all day, right? So when they idle 1 hour, it's equal to 25 miles for 1 hour of drive time. And why I say that is because that contributes to the wear and tear of the vehicles. So what we've done is said, here you go, Sheriff's Department, you're now in charge of your T&M. Yes, it's a big hit on paper, but it's up to you to use it or not use it. If you don't use it and the vehicles are newer, then that cost per mile is going to go down. Currently, for example, that old Silverado is at 81 cents a mile. So the national average for a patrol vehicle is between 50 cents and 80 cents. They've purchased a brand new F-150, although not used for the same type of work. Its biennium average was 31 cents. So there's something to be said about controlling your own purchasing, updating vehicles, and not to their fault. I'm not pointing the finger at the sheriff's department. It's just that it's hard to find assets. Supply has been really slow with new vehicles, so they've struggled. I'm just trying to bring the information forward for them.
Well, it's kind of counterintuitive. You probably think you're doing a good thing by maintaining something older than spending a whole bunch of money.
That's
right. So it's good to dive in and do these evaluations.
And one further point on that, Commissioner, just real quick. We also know that if you look at NAPE facilities and roads, they have some larger numbers in there. And the idea is that over the next biennium, we will be replacing some of the older equipment, which then brings things down so that in 2 years, you won't have those bigger numbers. So that helps keep that rate. I mean, crystal ball, we hope that everything right sizes and this won't be a topic in 2 years.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wise, if I might too, just to kind of jump on what Devin was saying, one of the things you'll see in the policy option package, unfortunately, that we didn't have was really this notion of, and Devin did a lot of work to this, and we just couldn't afford it at this point, but we have a lot of old vehicles that, again, to his point, we're having to put a lot of money into these older vehicles. So part of it was to try to renew. We actually had Enterprise come out and do an assessment of us, was about 1.5 years ago, and their analysis showed we were well under what, I mean, we need to be more thoughtful about recycling these vehicles so that we're not paying those expenses. So I give Devin all the credit. He's really been pointing this out, and we're trying to make that pivot, but it may take a little bit of investment to do it, but that's part of the ongoing analysis.
That's wrong. Oh, all right. I'll just start while they're pulling. Next is the building maintenance. This is Paul Walsinger's group. Oversees all of our facilities, and if you've got questions about that, we can have him come up. The issue that we have here is we've added a lot of square footage, and you'll see one of the things that we're going to be looking at obviously is which ones probably need to be let go and returned to the public. That'll be something we look at. The other thing, as in Paul's group, in a way to not cut costs, we looked at raising revenue. So we have several spots in the county that offices are open, like at our Avery complex. And so we're looking at, for instance, OLCC leasing out a part of our building, bringing money in. It's not a lot, but we can pick stuff up here and there. And then also, we've got a couple tenants over at the new Barbara Ross building. So that's one thing that we'll be continuing to look at. But the bigger picture is which ones can we look at declaring a surplus? As the courthouse comes on, as the DA comes on, as the EOC comes on, which will all be end of 26, then we'll have to start making some decisions. One of the things that you'll see later in the policy packages is Paul did request another custodian. Again, we've got a lot of square footage to maintain. So we will monitor that because that was not approved, but we will surely keep kind of an eye on it to see how things are doing, because the level of service that we provide right now is kind of, I think, the sweet spot of that. But if we have trouble and we have to start pulling back, we'll hear about it. We will. And if we have to move Pedro out of the Calapooya building,
That's it.
so anyway,
You've drawn the line, right?
yeah. The three goals I have, the first one is the Transportation Safety Action Plan, TSAP. That is a grant that we got through Federal Highway Safe Streets. Laurel Byer is managing that. She's running that in conjunction with Corvallis's TSAP program. And that again is to look at certain locations around the county that are not safe and what can we do to improve those. We have to have the plan to be able to put in for grant funds to solve the other ones. So that was a huge thing for Laurel to get that. And it was great because it worked out that she could go along and do that with Corvallis at the same time. Next one, our beloved electric buses. We are hoping to hear in July that the Federal Transit Administration and the administration will release the funds for our buses. At present, we have 6 that we would purchase and put in a large charging station over at the Sunset Building, which is where Benton Area Transit is located. We're still hopeful for that, and it's something that we want to follow through, and we're ready to go. I think we've identified the vehicles that we want. If it doesn't come through, we just got made aware of another Federal Transit Administration grant opportunity for some discretionary funds and some buses. So one way or another, we're going to keep trying to do that because we also have to manage the fleet for Benton Area Transit. And we have about 8 or 9 that are right there that need to be replaced in the next 2 to 3 years. So looking ahead, we're trying to make sure we get in the queue, but if the FTA finally releases these funds in July, that'll be huge for us. And the last one is the rehab of an existing path, multi-use path. We had hoped to do this last time. We were able to do the one MLK that we had promised, but we got caught with increases in inflation costs. And so we were able to just get that one done. The Mitch Kramer still needs to be done in a bad way. So hopefully somehow we'll find some money to do that, but that's one that we could get done pretty quick if the funds are secured. And I think we're to,
You want me to talk?
or to Rick now, so.
So just real quickly, overview of the $949,000 that is reduced from the Public Works budget. You can again see the typical characters. The ones to point out is the mechanic that we talked about already, the $368,000 savings there. So again, that has a impact as well. We talked a little bit about the closure of the BOC, the old BOC facility, so that we can begin being thoughtful about how to effectively use that asset or not use it or sell it or whatever the case may be. There's some reprojections of capital outlay, but all in all, probably the biggest area of impact will be watching the mechanics. So back to the discussion we just had, I think we all know we have to pay close attention to this as we go forward and watching it. But I think I will say, just having gone through this for the last 3.5 years, fleet was one of the biggest ones. One of my first, I always call it my Joe Kirby task of 10. This was number one on the list of trying to figure out how do we get our head around fleet. And it is a bit gratifying to finally get to this place through all the hard work of many to try to have a sustainable model. But we know we still have work to do, and we'll continue to watch that closely. All in all, the policy packages is about a $99,000 increase. You can see here that there were 7 requests that were made from the Public Works totaling 1.4 million. So they were one of the big ticket items in terms of looking out, but we'll talk here shortly. A big part of that was what we just discussed, the fleet and the idea of getting new vehicles and getting out of those old ones. That we can see a long-term success. But of all those requests, only 20,000 of it was direct general fund dollars that we were looking at. So based on the review by Rachel, myself, again, just tight dollars. So we did approve 99,000, but we were able, I'll talk briefly about this, to shift the general fund portion. It was only $20,000, but we were able to shift that to some available resources that I'll speak to here shortly. So when you put these packages together, along with the budget adjustments that I just spoke to, it's a net decrease of about 850, and that brings the proposed budget to just slightly above 4.4% higher than 23-25.
And then real quick, the first policy package is the 20,000. That's for the Agricultural and Wildlife Protection Program, the AWPP. I think you're probably familiar that is a non-lethal approach. And so Shay, with our group, oversees that, does a great job. There was a request to put more money in because there's more people requesting to be able to do projects of this nature. So we felt that was really a great thing to do.
And I'll just add on to Gary's piece from the financial, just remember the term Benton Opportunity Fund. We'll come back to this tomorrow. But we did shift the general fund portion that he's asked to what is called the Benton Opportunity Fund. We'll also be talking about some of the community organization grants that the Board of Commissioners had traditionally done, shifting that as well. So plant that seed for tomorrow, but that's how we were able to shift those dollars from general fund.
And then real quick, the next two were personnel items that one, Rich felt it was more workable to have a Tech 3 or a Road Worker 3 as opposed to 1. So that was converted over. That's the second one. And then the other one is we had 2 mechanics. One had been our parts person, and he decided he wanted to become a mechanic, which at the time, yay, we need you. And so we worked with the union and with HR to set up a training program for him. He basically became an apprentice. And then once he had his certifications in and everything that he qualified for a Tech 1, then we would advance him. So this makes it part of the budget because he has now satisfied all those requirements. Great mechanic, doing a great job. The other one is a Tech 1 that we hired. Wasn't quite able to be a Tech 2. It was the same thing. As soon as you get your time in the seat, you get your certifications, we will advance you. So both of those are being done with this one, but they're both great mechanics, and we're able to really glad that we could accommodate and work with them to keep them as employees for the county.
And if I could just add real quickly, sorry, but again, back to trying to give the commissioners a bit of a relief in terms of potentially cutting mechanic. I think the upgrade of these positions by improving them builds more workforce capacity for Gary so that they can do more or different types of jobs by the fact that you will have less one. So I think that gives us a little bit more comfort and the reason that we chose to delete the one position. Sorry.
And then just real quick, the last three are the ones that were not approved. One was for a service rider in fleet, which would have been kind of I'll call it the quarterback out in between the office and the floor, kind of coordinating things. It's still something we would like, but obviously we're not going to push on that one because of the previous discussion. The other one that Rick mentioned was we looked at floating some money to go out and then surplus of about 20 older vehicles and then purchase newer ones. That didn't get approved, but we're also I'm working with Devin to look at how we can repurpose some of the vehicles, because what we found is we've had a couple vehicles that after a year, they've only had 3,000 miles put on them. That's way underutilized. And so combining vehicles with departments, shifting that underutilized vehicle to one that needed to be replaced. So what we're looking at is downsizing the fleet to be in better line and kind of accomplish the same thing. And we would replace where we needed to. We do have a good replacement fund that the various departments pay into. So we would use that to help out with that one. But I think that's a good strategy. If we can't do this, then we're going to look at this other avenue. Again, looking to the future, like Rick has said, what's the next biennium going to look like and how can we better set ourselves up for that? And then the last one is the one I mentioned earlier about the custodian and just the amount of square footage that we cover now and how that's all going to play out depending on how things go. So with that, thank you for your patience and hopefully you still got stuff in your bucket.
We want to see you about your challenges.
Oh, challenges. Well, the top one is we've got some old folks in the department and they're all going to be taken off in the next 2 to 3 years or 4 years. So succession planning. I will say I have 5 of the greatest division managers you could ever imagine. And they have been here now with me for most of the 6 years. Lowell's been here over 20, but it's just a great group. But that's going to be hard to replace. And so we continually try to look at how to do that. The self-perform analysis for Benton Area Transit is a big item that I'm working on right now, and I want to get that ready and done. And then just dealing with all the cost escalations we still have, supply chain issues. I can tell you getting the courthouse started and across to where we're at now. Whew, that was something else. And so they're still there. And then just opportunities to keep working with everybody. And really the message continues to be, how can we maximize what we have? And the old adage, do more with less, because that's still where we're at. Even if we have some relief with the transportation bill, there's just the needs are just so much greater than what we have. So with that, there.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Shepherd?
Just a quick one. Backlog on electric buses. It is, even if we got the money, there's typically a backlog for electric buses, or is that cleared up?
What we've got a vendor now, and that if they're on the state and we go through the proper procurement, but they've got vehicles that we can have probably within 2 to 3 months. But these are smaller units now.
Okay, they're not
okay,
yeah.
Yeah, no, again, kind of the way the business model works is that we only have really one fixed route that really requires a gas powered vehicle, and that is the Costa Valley.
Yeah.
But the other ones are all internal, and a normal daily mileage, you can do that with a charge. So if we had the the quick charger over at Sunset, they can charge every night. And the electric minivans or the next, like transits, the next step up, are more than sufficient to handle our demand response folks.
Okay, so we're talking about small buses, not like CTD buses or.
Oh, no,
buses.
no, no,
Okay,
these-
That's where, when there's a backlog on those ones, so that's.
Yeah, yes,
why
there
my
are.
brain-
And those are very problematic, may I say. So no, ours are all the smaller minivans and, 10 to 12 passenger vehicles.
Thank you.
Very touched on earlier, and I've been following the transportation bill. I think, I'm being realistic and that there will be a bill passed, maybe not in this session, because there's a lot of negotiations going on. There's a half dozen funding streams coming in. I think there's pretty good realization that we are behind or way behind on maintenance and the current structure. This doesn't, we're getting further behind each year. So I mean, there is more money. You can find projects, and I guess you come back to us for a supplemental budget. We cannot lack for ways to spend additional funds.
No, Commissioner, just a quick estimate, our pavement alone would be, if somebody found 30 million, we'd be really happy. I mean, and again, it's not just us. Everybody has fallen behind in pavement management, maintenance. And so what we don't want is to lose what we have. And so, yeah, anything that comes out, that'll probably be one of the big priorities is pavement maintenance, because there's other programs that usually come up for the small bridges that we have. And Laurel is very good at tracking that down. But it's managing the pavement. That's the one that really gets us.
Thank you.
Baz?
Jazz lockout.
He went to lunch.
He ate one.
Gary, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we will
Adjourn for a regular lunch. I got an hour though.
convene at 2 p.m. Thank you.